Alright, guys, good morning. Hey, it's me, Spartan John. Sorry it took me so long to get back to you this morning. How is everyone? Hi, good morning. How are you? It's another great day. Hey! Hey, how you doing, Russian boat? It's another reading day. I'm excited. I hope you are too. I got my cup of coffee. I want to talk about a couple of things before we get crazy. Doing well.
Hello there.
That's awesome. Hey, good morning, Nikki. Just in time. I've already been to town this morning and got a cup of coffee. Just supplementing the coffee with more coffee. I was glad that you came and hung out in the Discord for a little bit. Shit, I don't know if there are any spicy bits. Sometimes I feel like Kevin is just fucking with us. We'll see. You know, like we got about 100 pages in the book left, so we'll see. We'll see where it goes. We also need to figure out what book we're gonna read after this. Because I don't know. I did ask Installation 00 yesterday on the Awesome, but I think he'd already passed into the domain for his rest. Anyway, a couple of things. 1,712 followers today. Thank you so much, every single one of you, for being awesome with us. Yeah, Nikki, come and hang out more. You know, you're always welcome. Always, right? Yeah. Let's see, what else? You should come and hang out more so you can hang out with Mike some, too. So you get to know him some before you finally meet him. Morning Boss over here on YouTube while I work the lines. Hey, thanks, Jimmy. It's nice to see you this morning. Long day for you. Jimmy beat me at PGA Tour Golf last night. On my home course, he beat me. Good job, Jimmy. Good job. On the video game, of course. Let's see. Anyway, 1,712 followers on Twitch. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for following, every single one of you. Can't do this without you. You guys make it possible. I mean, I could totally sit here and play games, but it is not as awesome when you're alone. So thank you for being part of my community. Thank you for liking, sharing, and subscribing. Thank you for investing in me so that I could be here and do this stuff with you. I met Mike at ECC, Goof, you're there. Yeah, I just mean so you can hang out with him more. You know, that's all I mean. I know you met him. Sorry. Whatever. Anyhow, I already put out all of my announcements this morning. I'm like ahead of things, which is odd. Oh yeah, and the Mariners won last night. That was the other thing. The Mariners won last night. It was a great game. I need to meet Mike. You will meet Mike this year. You will meet Mike. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. We're all gonna... You're gonna meet Jimmy. You're gonna meet Mike. You're gonna meet... us again. You'll get to give Martin a big ol' huge hug. Let's see. I mean, Hidden Xperia is gonna be there. Cammy Shep is gonna be there this year. Red Gear, I think, is coming back. I give him a hard time about it. I think he's coming back. Oakham is gonna be here. You'll get to meet Krampus. Really? He knew you by name? That is awesome. I had no idea that he also knew who I was. And then he was like really excited to see me last year. So I was like, what? Okay. For me, it's weird because all of these people are just like, they're just the moon to me. You know, and he gave you a big wow, okay. Well, I mean, he's a tiny guy, so It's not surprising that he jumped into your arms. Yeah, you know? Uh, yeah, exactly. I don't know. Like I said, it's crazy, and you know, he was excited to take a selfie with me, and I was like, holy shit, that makes me so excited. To be like someone that other to be someone that creators who are bigger than me follow is very awesome and very humbling because you know you've been following these people for a long time and they create content that has made them famous and so you're sort of fanboying over them, and then when they kind of fanboy out on you, it's you know, I got nothing. I can smile and just accept it and give my cheeks pink, I guess. I don't usually assume people will know me. That's why I wear the name tag. I mean, most of the things a lot of the things that you do are behind the scenes, so that would make a ton of sense to me. Uh, but you know, yeah. Anyway, check it out. Um, We're at 100 and just shy of 170 subs on YouTube as well. So I didn't forget you guys over there on YouTube. Good morning. Anyway, settle down with your great cup of coffee. Hotel is booked BT Dubs. It's BT Dubs. Why is it BY Dub? But what is the Y for? I'm so confused. You've broken the brain of Spartan John. It is broken. The lag is real. Anyway. Dun, 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 dun. Shh. By your wishes. Okay, that's fair. I've never... Question mark. Yeah, we still don't know. To make you ask questions and definitely not a typo. I think it was a typo. Get this down here in front of my face here so you can see it. It's so shiny and colorful. RGB like. An oddball skull. But it's not on fire because, you know, whatever. Alright. We're on page 353, if anybody cares. Oh, we've got quite a bit more than 100 pages to go. It's alright. UNSC Port Stanley off Venezia. Osmond watched the two transponder icons moving towards Stanley on the screen. How was she going to deal with this? Things had to be said. She rehearsed a few diplomatic phrases in her head. Naomi, don't disembark until the prisoner has been removed from Tart Cart. Naomi, please come to the bridge. Dev, hold all hatches secure until Naomi's clear of the hangar deck. Naomi, I don't think your first meeting with your dad should be when he's hauled out of Tart Cart wearing handcuffs. No matter how Osmond worded it, it would be difficult. This was the classic good news, bad news joke that wasn't remotely funny. She reached for a piece of crystallized ginger, rolled the wrapping into a tight ball, and lobbed it into the waste hatch. BB faded up, gently to hover above the radar plot. The very image of tact and diplomacy. Would you like me to ask Vaz to dismount first and take the prisoner to the brig? You're a gentleman, BB. But I'm not much of an officer if I can't do it myself. Can you imagine Parangoski dithering like this? Sometimes she felt she could see expressions on that plain, featureless box of blue light. Okay, patch me through to Dev first. Deep breath. Stanley to Tarkart. Dev, this is Osman. Yes, ma'am. ETA 6 minutes. I want to disembark Senska and get him out of the way before Naomi sees him. Understood, ma'am. How's Faz? I think he needs to be scanned for head injuries, not quite himself. BB's got the med suite standing by. We'll get him straight up there. Sorry about the helmet cam, ma'am. I forgot to switch it on. You didn't miss much, except my great frame charge breaching technique. Osman almost didn't want to know if Dev had decided not to record her actions on Venezia. There was nothing for her to hide. No problem. You're all safe. And we've got a significant prisoner. I'll debrief Faz and Mal later. Osman out. She turned to BB again. His light was a little dimmer. There, he said. It's going to be much easier than you think. I'm glad Parangoski isn't the kind of boss who calls me every 5 minutes. Why? Because I'm not sure what I'd do if she told me to ship Senska back to Bravo 6 straight away. Well, you're not going to call her, or she's not going to tell you, which is how it works. She's left you to deal with this as you see fit. How long have you been in Oni? That's how we do business. I'm not sure if that's profound trust or a culture of plausible deniability, BB. Both, probably. The point is that you need to work out what's right, what you can live with. If you're a civilian politician, you wouldn't turn a hair about this. But I'm not. Just putting it in context, one day, you won't have anyone to answer to. That's not the end of civilization. It's dealing with the reality rather than dealing with the system. Remember that we're in this mess because Parangoski tolerated a law being broken for the sake of expedience. So all you're doing is a little tactful unraveling for which she might well be grateful. Law's just religion for atheists, dear. It's equally shot full of contradictory nonsense. Can I descend into cliche? Only if it'll make you snappy. Only if you make it snappy. Naomi's on approach. Okay, 2 wrongs not equal to or more than a right. Silliest saying I've ever heard. BB brightened and twirled, obviously satisfied that he'd grounded her again. He had. He always did. Good luck with quantifying a unit of right or wrong. Shall I put you on the blower to Naomi, then? Osman nodded. BB had changed since his painful loss of fragment data on Sanghelios. He seemed older and wiser now. She just hoped she was, too. Stanley to Bogoff. Naomi, can you let Tarkart clear the hangar first? No need to explain. She's not stupid. She needs time to prepare for this, too. Or is Mal in worse shape than Vaz? I can't assess that, ma'am. He looks worse than he sounds. Spencer's checked him out. He's trauma doctor now, is he? He says he's patched up quite a few colleagues who didn't dare go to the hospital. The big question seemed to have passed unasked. In case you didn't know, we have your father. Copy that, ma'am. There wasn't even a hint of reaction. I was aware. Okay, well, at least that's out of the way. We secure the Pelican and jump right away. Osman out. She turned to BB again. Is Philip still in the med suite? I'll keep him there. He's having fun checking himself for alien parasites. Osman took the long walk down to the hangar deck, rehearsing her greeting. Naturally seemed best, like receiving a new ambassador who might turn out to be perfectly decent and sociable. even if he represented the Republic of Beelzebub. Apologetic was probably right, but Senska didn't know the magnitude of the original wrong that had been done to his family. Accusing was unfair, because he hadn't actually done anything yet. He might have been amassing an arsenal, and if UEG law had any relevance, then he was guilty of terrorism simply on the basis of intent. But this was a case of what was right and wrong, and she would listen first. She wasn't sure if that was because it might achieve a more positive outcome or because she was too close to the issues at the heart of it. Would I do that for anyone except Naomi's father? Probably not. Is it for Naomi or to make me feel better? No idea. And remember, that's all about capability, not intent. She waited at the safety bulkhead for the flashing lights to stop and indicate the Pelicans were secured on the deck. Engines shut down and hangar doors were sealed. On the deck below the gantry, Bogoff still looked much like a regular Pelican, except for the stealth coating on her height, jacked up a little to allow for the slip drive mounted midships under the hull. Deb was the first out. She tucked her helmet under her arm, and she looked to the gantry and gave Osmond a thumbs up. "Okay, BB," Osmond said. "Spool us up for jump. Let's go find P.I. "Spooling up, ma'am. No launching pavement pizzas from the gantry, please." "I'm fine." Osmond headed for the ladder. It was crazy to climb down to the deck during a slip space jump, but nausea was the least of her problems. She had to move Senska fast, if only to get Mal to the med suite as quickly as possible. Fast was good. Fast meant she followed her gut, and after all these years, her gut should have known what it was doing. She was 2 steps from the bottom of the ladder when her gut let her down, and she felt like she'd been turned upside down and spun in a drum. She found herself hanging by one arm for a second or two, then got her bearings and let herself slide down to the deck. Vaz was already standing at the ramp, holding out an arm to someone Osmond couldn't see. He looked terrible. She was instantly furious that anyone had dared lay a finger on one of her men. One eye was nearly closed with a purple swelling. His lip was split too. For a moment, the enormity of detaining Naomi's father took second place to Vaz and his fitness to deal with what might be coming in. "Get yourself to the med suite, Vaz." She caught his arm. "I'm hoping we're going to find a battle cruiser plus 1 Huragok, but we might run into a Kigyar ship as well, or instead." "Yes, ma'am." He fumbled in the pockets of what looked like a company's work clothes and pulled out a pistol, a radio, and a plastic bag of personal effects. One was a very old, bulging leather wallet. "Do you want me to take Staffen to the brig first?" "I'll take him. You get yourself fixed up." She drew her pistol. Not that any prisoner could escape in slip space. "So he wants to be called Staffen, does he?" "That's what everyone calls him." "Okay, Staffen, it is. Senska, well, that's Naomi too, and I don't know how this is going to affect her." "Sure, get going." "I need to brief you before you talk to him, ma'am. I think you'll be disappointed in me." "I doubt that." She tried to look past Vaz into the crew bay. "BB, tell Bogoff it's clear as soon as I'm off the gantry, and there he was. Staffen Senska stood at the top of the ramp, as if he was working out how to keep his balance with his hands tied. He was a fit, lean man in late middle age, or early old age, depending on how you looked at it, with white hair, Naomi's pale gray eyes, and an expression that said the world couldn't possibly be any more of a disappointment to him. Osmond wasn't following proper procedure for handling prisoners, but then she wasn't entirely sure what the man's status was. Not voluntarily embarked. That would do for now. "I'm Admiral Saren Osmond." She studied the photo of him until she thought she knew his face, but it still didn't prepare her for how much he looked like Naomi. "Call me Saren if you like. Come this way." Staffen seemed an odd mix of preoccupation and anger, as if he'd been doing something important when they interrupted him and really didn't have time for all this crap. Am I ever going to see my family again, he asked, or is this history repeating itself? I'm going to be straight with you, Staffen. I just don't know how this is going to pan out. Maybe we can help each other out, maybe not. She held out her hand to steady him, conscious of what he'd been through, but under no illusion about what it had made of him. He stepped down and looked around the hangar. He was seeing things he probably never should have, but he didn't seem to be checking the ship out for classified tech. Vaz told me my daughter's alive, he said. Whatever you're planning, just be aware that everything that happens from now on depends on whether that's true or not, and what you tell me. Do you understand, Admiral? I think so. No Saren, then? Should she tell him now and let him sit and think it over while she debriefed Mal and Vaz? Do what you feel is right. Yes, she's alive. Yes, I'll answer some questions. But now, I've got to head off a problem you've given me. Like we didn't give you one. Hang on a minute. I was abducted too. Do I have to share the guilt? She walked Staffen along the passage to the cabins converted for use as cells, and made sure she didn't put him in one that Halsey had been held in. Stupid. There was no logic in that, but it just seemed nauseating under the circumstances, as if he'd be able to smell the scent of amoral arrogance and indifference to his suffering that the bitch had left behind. Osmond decided to risk giving him the cell with a toilet and basin. The worst he could do was drown himself. We've jumped, haven't we? He said. Where are we going? Earth? Osmond shook her head and wished she hadn't. Her guard was down, and that was a mistake she normally never made on missions. But this was all about people she knew well, situations she was personally part of. It wasn't the clean, surgical deception of malevolent strangers for the greater good. You'll see, I need to check on my people now. I'll be back soon. He watched her go with the patient but cold gaze of a man who'd spent his life being lied to by officialdom, and could wait until Kingdom Come for revenge. As she closed the door, she glanced through the inspection hatch and read his face. She was just another government bastard to him. Is that what happened to my parents? Did my dad end up bent out of shape like that? What about my mother? What could I have done differently as a child to save them from all of that? BB, keep an eye on him, please. Osmond broke into a jog along the passage. There it was again. She was externalizing her state of mind, running away from Staffen, her body's expression of the barrier she had to place between the Senska's situation and her own, so that she could be sure that the decisions she made were solely about them, not resolving her own issues by proxy. I'm going to the med suite. BB's voice drifted out of the ship's broadcast system. Be patient with Vaz. The AI had overheard something then. I try not to second-guess people who've been in tight spots, Osmond said. There were too many oughts and should-haves. They solved nothing. There were too many things she should have done and never had or never would do. She walked through into the med suite, following the murmur of the voices to the cubicles. Mal and Vaz were sitting in their underpants on the edge of the auto-examination couches, facing each other and talking in a near whisper. They stopped talking immediately and looked up. It was hardly the time to be embarrassed, but it was awkward catching them half-dressed. She tried to look them in the eyes and not let her gazes wander. Once she focused on Mal's face, though, the reality of seeing her team that battered and bloody overrode everything else. Christ, that looks bad, she said. Mal seemed in worse shape than Vaz, as they both had heavy bruising on their bodies, legs, and arms. What's come up on the scans? BB says Vaz isn't pregnant, ma'am. So that's a relief. The med suite couches had integral scanners that did an ER diagnosis and worked out treatment regimes. Anything major meant a transfer to the medical facility or a real-time link with the surgeon for a remote procedure, depending on the condition, but non-life-threatening injuries could usually be dealt with on board. As Oni vessels were usually engaged in covert surveillance for long periods, they had to be. Osmond had already decided that she'd rather die of whatever ailed her than lay down on one of those robotic couches and have automated needles and tubes shoved inside of her. It was too much like her memories of being poked and prodded in Halsey's facilities on Reach. She took a closer look at Mal's battered face and then at Vaz's. An irrational urge to comfort them like children seized her, but they didn't look in need of any comforting. And she knew she would have made a fool of herself working out what she could do and couldn't touch. BB's blue cube emerged from a display panel at the head of the couches, sporting a holographic stethoscope. He was back in morale-boosting mode then. No brain injury, no dental injury, no internal damage to major organs. Mal's nose is broken. Vaz's cheekbone looks okay on closer inspection. Both have moderate to severe bruising and some laceration, so it's a case of reducing the hematoma and applying some basic first aid. I'll get my secretary to invoice you later. Mustache, or I'll miss my round of golf. Mal touched the tip of his nose as if he was reassuring himself that it was still there. We'll be a lot better as soon as Nurse Phyllis finds us the right drugs, ma'am. Osmond steeled herself. So did you have to give him anything? It was as tactful a way as any to ask two men who prided themselves of their toughness whether they'd broken under torture. I realized Staffen knows about Naomi. Vaz folded his arms across his chest, chin down. Osmond couldn't tell if he was just feeling awkward, facing the commanding officer in his boxers, or about to tell her something serious. He wanted to know if she'd been abducted. Whether she was right, ma'am. Whether he was right, ma'am. Vaz didn't blink. Maybe he couldn't. I told him more than I needed to, and offered to tell him more if he released us. It didn't sound like a disaster to her, not yet anyway. How much more? Just that she was abducted, she was alive and well, and that she'd saved me a few times. I didn't tell him that she's a Spartan or that she's on board. Vaz's expression was hard to read. He looked like a kid waiting for a smack around the ear, but also a little defiant. I realize you'll need to stick me on a charge, ma'am, but I tried to strike a balance between completing the mission and doing what was right. Mal cut in. He bought us time, Admiral, or we'd be dead by now. Maybe lifting Staffen wasn't ideal, but we couldn't leave him where he was. Osmond had no idea yet whether this part of the mission was a success or a failure, but she couldn't think of what Mal or Vaz could have done any differently, except not get caught, and that was probably more down to whatever had happened to Fell than their own actions. If they'd left Staffen in New Tyne, he'd have moved the ship, been on his guard for further attempts, and everything would be back at square one. But now she'd had the main key to finding Inquisitor, and he wasn't going to go anywhere. Good work, she said. I'm sorry it had to be so painful. So what are you going to do with him, Vaz said. Osmond was fairly certain she didn't need to plug Staffen into the mains to focus his attention. She had her bargaining chip right here. The one thing he wanted and needed more than anything, Naomi. That was her immediate reflex. As always, the detached Oni reaction was followed immediately by the uneasy guilt for defaulting to ruthless bastard modes, and wondering if the right thing done for the wrong reasons was as bad as doing the wrong thing for the right reasons. He needs to know about his daughter, even if it hurts. She needs to get this out of the way so that she's not living in perpetual soap operas when she needs to be focused on missions. I need a way of finding and neutralizing the ship, at the very least. A win was hardly how it felt, but at least everybody could get something of what they needed. I think you got us some leverage, Vaz said. However, Staffen reacts. He's a hostage we can use. So we're going to tell him? We kicked this around for ages, rightly or wrongly. He crossed our path, he won't quit, and there's the chance we might turn him if the biggest thing in his life is resolved, even if we never put it right. Was that an answer or an excuse? She wasn't sure herself. Phillips emerged from another compartment, clutching a box of arrow injectors, single-dose tubes, and dressings. Okay, this is the stuff, he said. Lay flat, gents, and don't move. All Phillips had to do was apply the gel dressing to the top of the bruises and leave them in place for 20 minutes, while the automated couch directed the right energy wavelengths for the depths of damage. Osmond wondered if Adge and Leeks could be of any use as corpsmen, seeing as they attempted to repair small wounds anyway. Maybe that was just a little too creepy right now, though. She left Mal and Vaz lying on the couches looking like they were having some bizarre beauty treatment, and went on to see Staffen. Devereaux was waiting at the end of the passage. Need me to stand by, ma'am? She asked. You shouldn't interrogate a detainee without some backup on hand, even if he's getting on a bit. She was right. Osmond nodded. I think I'll take him to the bridge. There's not a lot he can do. We're all armed. BB, position check, please. BB popped up in front of her. You ruined my putt, Admiral. Okay, Adge. And Leeks are in the hangar, pimping Bogoff. Spencer has fallen asleep in the wardroom. Naomi in the armor bay, doing maintenance on her suit as needed. Okay, stand by to come up to the bridge. No, that wasn't right. Ask her if she wants to meet her father. If she doesn't, I won't make her. Naomi would do it anyway, Osmond knew. She didn't feel good about knowing that she knew. When she unlocked the cell and walked in, Staffen looked her up and down. You want the battle cruiser, don't you? He said. Osmond nodded. I've got orders. Your kind always has. What's my kind, Staffen? Osmond motioned to him to hold out his hand and remove his cuffs. That wasn't procedure either. She knew it was poor tactics to start a negotiation with a concession, but she felt this would go better without the cruder's psychological pressure. Navy, Earth, authority. Oni, he said, you're not that secret, and it's on your badge. Let's go sit on the bridge. Might as well be comfortable. He walked along the passage behind Osmond with Devereaux at his back. If you know where the ship is, why not just turn up and nuke her? She used to belong to one of the Arbiter's crew, Osmond said, sidestepping the issue of ventral beams. So, I'd really like to rummage through her data. If you think the Sangheli have kissed and made up with humans, they haven't. I'm trying to head off another war. The next one might affect Venezia whether you think you're neutral or not. Oh, you could have just called me an ass, Staffen said. And who said we'd be neutral? He sat down on one end of the bench seats to one side of the bridge and gazed out of the view screens. There wasn't much of a view in slipspace, just an unbroken, lightless void. But maybe he didn't want to look at Osmond. Devereaux settled between him and the doors. Osmond turned one of the nav console seats to face him. He wasn't relaxed, but it wasn't the nervous dread of a man who didn't know what his interrogator was going to do next. It was a man consumed by the what-ifs that were boiling inside of his own mind. So Osmond said, "What's next?" Staffen shrugged. "If you kill me, would you mind telling my family? You didn't even have to say who you are. Just let them know, so they don't spend their lives trying to find me. You probably know who they are and where to find them." If he'd calculated that shot to penetrate, he'd succeeded. He might also have meant it literally, of course. Osmond saw a flat plane with little moral high ground for either of them. If anything, Staffen's boots were in shallower shit. "One day it'll all come out," she said, "because I'll be Sinconi. And I'll see that it does if Perengoski doesn't get to give evidence to the defense committee. But yes, your daughter is alive. She was abducted and replaced. And I'm very, very sorry about the pain you were put through twice. 3 times, Staffan said quietly. Don't forget my first wife, Naomi's mother, and you're not sorry at all. There'd never been SOP for a situation like this. No Spartan had ever been reunited with their parents, and no Spartan had ever been in Osmond's position. She tried to trust her gut again. If she'd been smart enough to get Halsey's attention in the big galaxy, then some innate intelligence would guide her. Oh, I am. She made sure she was looking in Staffan's face, taking in every twitch and blink. I was abducted too, same age. Naomi and I were trained together. Have you heard of Spartans? UNSC Spartans, I mean? God knows there were enough PR about them. Staffan stared back at her. Spartans? Special Forces? Yes. You're telling me my girl was taken to become a Spartan? Yes. How many others? I can't tell you the numbers for OPSEC reasons, but there weren't many. Not into 3 figures. Remo, he said suddenly. It made no sense, but he looked up at the deckhead for a moment, then swallowed a few times. Assuming this is the truth, this was Earth picking kids it wanted to train from childhood and just taking them and cloning, replacing them with clones. Yes, illegal cloning. And you say I'm the threat to society? He shook his head. Did Oni plan for them to die too, or was it just another unintended consequence? You people love that phrase. I don't really know, Osmond said, wishing she had Halsey here right now, so that she could force her to explain herself to him. But you're right. We're not half as smart as we think we are. Osmond thought he was taking it pretty well, but he was probably still too overwhelmed to make enough sense of any of it to be angry. All for a few extra troops, he asked. It was an ugly time, Staffan. I'm going to tell you everything I can, but you won't like it. That's what Vaz said. Well, he's right. I went through Spartan training until my teens. Then I had to drop out because it nearly killed me. She wasn't sure whether it was better to dump everything on him at once or drip feed it and risk stoking him into a much more slower burning rage. Naomi completed the program, and she's been a frontline commando for the best part of 30 years. Staffan looked past Osmond for a moment. She could almost read his mind. He was recalling dates, things that made him suspicious, news items, all kinds of details that he had collected in his memory for decades. And it was all now beginning to fit together to make shocking sense. He ran one hand slowly over his face in a washing motion. Remo, he said. Andy Remo's son. They lived on Herschel. Did you take him too? BB Records, please, Osmond said. She couldn't recall them all. Check Remo. BB appeared above the console. Yes, Artie Remo, Arthur. He moved across to Staffan, who stared at him, frowning. Where's Andrew Remo now? He dropped off the database some years ago. He's dead, Staffan said, then seemed to shake himself to make sense of talking to a box of blue light. What about Artie? I promised Andy I'd find him. Arthur was killed in action, sir. I'm sorry. Osmond noted the sir. That wasn't like BB at all. Staffan's eyes followed the blue cube as he drifted away. That's some computer interface, Admiral. BB's not a computer, he's an artificial intelligence. A person, effectively. Staffan didn't say anything else. He kept rubbing his face while he stared out the view screen, as if none of this was here or around him. Osmond just watched. She'd never dealt with a prisoner like this before. You're disgusting bastards, he said at last. You scum, you lying filth. What did we ever do to you? What did our kids do to deserve that? It wasn't a raging outburst. It was just a wary bewilderment that humans could use one another so brutally. And he hadn't even heard about the worst of the details yet. Osmond wanted to protest that it wasn't her fault and remind him that she'd been a victim just like his daughter. But she was Oni now, nearly Synconi. And so far she'd done nothing to put it right. I could have done things differently. It was the same as her guilt about her family. She was exceptional, Spartan exceptional, not a regular human being who could do no better than to take what life dished out at her. She could have changed everything, and she hadn't. Filth, scum, disgusting bastards. Is that me? Staffen didn't say another word for more than an hour. Osmond left him where he sat and wandered around the bridge, waiting for him to give in and ask a question. But he didn't. BB popped up again. "Dropping out a slip in 5 minutes, Admiral," he said. "Mal and Vaz are on their way up here. Phillips is keeping an eye on Spencer." Osmond sat in her command chair, more focused on what would be waiting at the coordinates than declaration. "Okay, everyone, stand by." The air in Port Stanley shivered slightly. Stars burst from the blackness like frozen fireworks as the ship dropped out of slip space, and Osmond's head swam for a few nauseating seconds. She jumped up to look at the tactical display that formed instantly above the chart table. Mal and Devereaux joined her. Vaz stayed within arm's reach of Staffen. "One vessel at the coordinates, but it's not a CCS battlecruiser," BB said. Osmond studied the display. A grid of the local sector showed a single transponder of an unidentified vessel. Staffen didn't move. "We've got the right coordinates, haven't we?" she asked BB. "Yes, I think that it's a Covenant missionary ship. You know who used to crew those, don't you? Kigyar. Are we close enough to get eyes on? Wait one." Osmond turned to look out in space as Stanley rotated. Yes, she could see it. There were weird-looking ships by Covenant standards, irregular and distorted. No two quite the same. This one was just sitting there. So what are we looking at, BB? I'd say that's Shoal Vaughn. But why she's waiting, and why there's no... Wait, stand by. She's spooling up to jump. Look at those energy signatures. Backing off now. Stanley drives ramped up to maintain to maximum in under 2 seconds, and she withdrew at top sublight speed. A white disk of light suddenly expanded a short distance ahead of the missionary ship's bow. Then the ship vanished in a burst of energy. There was nothing out there now, and no sign of Pious Inquisitor at all. Osmond walked across to stand over Staffen. "Where's the ship?" Staffen looked at the bulkhead clock showing Alpha time, New time, as if he was calculating. "She's called Naomi now." "You moved her already?" "No, I didn't." "So who's got her, the Kikyar?" "No, I'm the only one who can get in. No good trying to beat any codes out of me either. It's the Huragok, you see, Sinks. He responds to me and nobody else. If he doesn't get a call from me to say that I'm okay, he's got orders to make sure nobody else boards or seizes the ship." Mal looked at Osmond. "He did make regular calls every 8 hours. Then he frowned at the clock. "But you're not due to call in until just after 7, are you, Staffen?" Staffen sat watching the clock for a long time before he said anything. "You're right," he said. "Something else must have triggered Sinks to move the ship. And if it wasn't you trying to board her, then it was the Kigyar." "Shoal Vaughn," Osmond said. "The Singhili hired her." Staffen nodded. "That explains the other ship." "Okay, do you know where Sinks might have taken Naomi?" "Nice diplomatic touch, Admiral. Do you?" "Yes." Now it began. This is where the whole thing had been leading for 35 years. Osmond was reaping Halsey's whirlwind. "And what's going to make you tell us where she is?" "I think you know my price," Staffen said, "or at least part of it. I want to see my daughter. And if this is all bullshit, and you can't deliver, then we kind of have an impasse, don't we?" As far as Osmond knew, Staffen had no idea that Naomi was on board. Osmond could play the shock card and see what fell out. "BB," she said, "do the honors, will you?" She asked Naomi if it was okay. The Spartan had said yes. It was hard to tell why she agreed to do it, but Osmond hadn't put any conscious pressure on her. While they waited, Osmond caught the expression on Mal's face and then on Vaz, and there was no doubt Devereaux gave away nothing at all. But you wanted to do the right thing. You wanted to repair some of the damage that Halsey did and give this poor bastard some closure. And now we are, for some mixed up and partly selfish reasons. But we're gonna do it. Eventually the doors opened and Naomi walked onto the bridge in her fatigues. Osmond wasn't sure where to look first. She found herself transfixed by Staffen. He stared at his daughter. Osmond almost said the stupidly obvious thing and introduced him to her. But it was far too late for all of that. Staffen stood slowly, pushing himself up from the chair. Time was moving like molten wax, so slow that it was painful. Naomi? Staffen walked up to her and stared into her face. She was taller than him. Maybe he was expecting a tall woman anyway, but he couldn't have predicted how much her whole body would have changed. Oh my God, Naomi? Sweetheart. Yes, it's me, Dad, she said. Osmond couldn't tell if she was just acting according to expectations or if the meeting had triggered a genuine memory. I'm sorry. Sorry. His grim face crumpled. Sorry. It would have served them right, Osmond decided, if the guy had collapsed and died of the shock then and there, putting Inquisitor out of the reach of everyone forever. Instead, he shuffled a few steps forward and took both of Naomi's hands in his, searching her face. He had to see the resemblance. He had to believe this was really her. He did. Staffen Senska's arms dealer, implacable enemy of Earth authority, terrorist, burst into tears and wept over the daughter he'd refused to believe was dead. Chapter 12. We romanticize independence movements for all kinds of reasons: political, expediency, propaganda, or just a lack of ability to grasp that nothing ever is that black and white. Most revolutions aren't philosophical, they're economic. More governments get overthrown because the citizens can't buy imported fashion or get the best jobs than because they discover a spiritual need for self-determination. But freedom and democracy always sounds more noble and justifies violence and lawbreaking better than simply waiting or wanting a cheaper pair of jeans. The population who already have cheap jeans tend not to give a damn about their political rights, of course. Look at us. We accepted a military government, didn't we? Not that it's a bad thing, because my dearest friends are military, and I'd trust them to run a state a lot more than I'd trust a civil servant or a politician. Just remember that the UNSC got involved in the colonies because the colonies asked us for help after their own people got into piracy. Professor Evan Phillips. Oni, xenoanthropologist and analyst, from his introductory lecture to Oni, officer candidates applying for attachments to Section 2 Public Affairs and PsyOps. Wardroom, UNSC Port Stanley, somewhere in the Cobb sector. I don't remember, Naomi said. I'm sorry, Dad. I think I remember how I felt, but not what happened. I've tried to remember, I really have. Staffen sat across the wardroom table from his estranged, lost, back from the dead stranger of a daughter, looking stricken. BB observed, but it was the last thing he wanted to do. It made him uncomfortable in a way he didn't quite understand. And I understand everything, or at least I ought to. It was my fault, Staffen said. I should have never let you take the bus on your own. You were just a little kid. It's okay. You couldn't have known what was going to happen. It was BB's duty to pick up anything that might help them find Pious Inquisitor, but Naomi had asked him to listen in anyway. Well, she'd want Vaz here, but then it might make her father reluctant to talk, and she thinks it'd be too tough on Vaz, and Vaz would agree to it, but he just added all to his buried, festering ball of hatred for Halsey. So I'll do it, it's my responsibility. BB had a tacit agreement with the rest of the crew. There were places where he'd give them absolute privacy, which wasn't easy because he was everywhere in the ship every minute of every day by necessity, responsible for more than monitoring and controlling all of Port Stanley's functions. The crew were effectively living with him, but for sanity's sake, his and theirs, he stayed out of the cabins and the heads. His dumb functions watched over the safety controls and life support systems so that he could detect if someone was in trouble. But he didn't hear or see anything as BB the entity. People needed privacy. They also needed help in a situation that they should have never experienced. BB watched father and daughter, neither really knowing what to say to the other. Ever since he'd learned that Staffen was still alive, he'd taken an interest in human reunion. What he was watching now bore no resemblance of the tearful, emotional scenes that he'd seen in the news or documentaries. Things didn't go back to the way they were before, and it didn't always make people happy, even though they'd been sure that it was what they wanted most, was to find the missing loved ones. And I really wanted it to be that way, and I wanted to put everything right for them. I knew that wasn't possible, so what's wrong with me? I suppose a sense of personal responsibility is an essential component of an AI, but this is getting obsessive. BB wanted a happy resolution to this with a fervency that disturbed him. It shouldn't have mattered this much. He needed to run a full diagnostic on himself, but now was not the time. Osmond spoke to him from elsewhere in the ship. It was like being tapped on the shoulder. Clock's ticking, BB. How are we doing? Badly, Admiral. Oh. Look, if the Huragok is as reliable as Staffen thinks, then maybe we've got some time. If he isn't, the Kigyar have the ship, and that's no threat to Earth. Can we chill, please? Okay. Sorry, Admiral. I don't mean to be fractious. I'll leave you in peace. BB didn't need to be left alone. He could split and spread his attention over dozens, hundreds perhaps, even thousands of systems. But part of him now needed to be him, his focus and center, and this was it. Naomi pushed back her sleeves for a moment, elbows on the table. Staffen stared. BB took no notice of the surgical scars on her inner forearms and wrists because all Spartans had them, even Osmond. But Staffen was seeing them now for the first time. How did you get those? He asked. Naomi took a second to catch on. Oh, it's part of the bone augmentation. What? Did you think I'd done it to myself? Cut my wrists? No, nothing like that. What did they do to you, Naomi? BB could have interrupted and filled in the gaps without revealing any classified processes. It would have spared Naomi the problem of telling her dad what no father would want to hear. But he said nothing instead, and it felt wrong. It's complicated, she said. Try me. All I want to hear is about you. 35 years, every detail. I'll sum it up. They made us more than what we already were. Stronger, faster, better. Better immune systems, quicker healing, the works. How? With surgery, hormone treatment, and genetic therapy. Staffen shut his eyes for a moment. Dear God, you were a child, not a volunteer. Dad, they picked us because we were exceptional. A handful out of tens of billions. They trained us and altered us and turned us into the best soldiers possible. They told us we were chosen to save humanity. And that makes it okay? You sound like a recruiting poster. I'm just explaining, Dad, not excusing. You didn't need altering to make you the best sweetheart you already were. Naomi looked down at the table, her porcelain skin flushing pale pink. Anyway, I still needed toughened bones to bear the weight of the armor. I'll show you later. It's quite impressive from an engineering perspective. It's... Naomi, are you going to have a normal life now? The war's over. What do you mean by normal? Have you got a family, husband, kids? You haven't, have you? No. That's what I meant by normal. Staffen put his hands in his pocket, seemed to realize he didn't have something. Got a pen, a notebook? Naomi reached into the dump pouch on her pant leg and handed him a scrap card. Are you happy? What do you want to do with your life? I'm a Spartan, Dad. That's my life. Staffen scribbled something on the paper. He was adding up some figures. That's a job. I don't need kids. There's no life in the Navy. There's more to life than the Navy. Not for me, there isn't. You don't know that yet. I do, because the augmentation they performed on us had side effects. She hesitated. BB guessed that even the middle-aged woman like Naomi would find it hard to mention sex to her dad. It reduces your drive to reproduce. The formal language didn't take the sting out of it. There was bound to be something that tipped Staffen over the edge. BB was sure that Staffen hadn't heard the worst of it yet, but this was very emotional stuff, weird stuff, the horrors of which vivisection were made. BB felt a terrible distress. He couldn't pin it down why, other than empathy for the shocked old man and intellectual awareness that nobody should do that to another person, let alone a child. But it was getting harder to bear. Staffen leaned across the table and took Naomi's hand. She wasn't used to being touched, and it showed. They take my child, Staffen said, his voice shaking. They take you, and they turn you into their machine. And they neuter you like some farm animal. And they expect me to cooperate with them? I won't swear in front of you, sweetheart, but they can rot in hell. And you don't owe Earth a goddamn thing ever. Walk away from it. Have a life while you can. Let them fight their pointless wars on their own. They deserve to be wiped out. The Covenant should have finished the job. Naomi must have been tensing her arm. He let go of her hand, looking hurt. But it's okay, Dad, she said. If they hadn't taken me, would I be alive at all? Would you? We would have stayed on Sansar, and the Covenant would have glassed it just the same. I was there when I was needed. I made a difference. Most people never get the chance to do that. Aren't you proud of me? Mal said you would be. Whatever you thought of Earth. Of course I am, sweetheart. I was always proud of you. Don't ever doubt it. Staffen's eyes were glassy. BB couldn't intervene. This wasn't softening up Staffen to cooperate at all. It was just hardening him. Then he went back to the notepad. This doesn't make sense, though. You were almost 6. They abducted you in 2517. The first we knew of the Covenant was 2525. Did Earth know the aliens were coming and just not bothered to tell the colonies? Because there's something wrong there. That was the problem with logical people who could count. BB decided. Eventually, they always checked the details. The penny hadn't dropped when Staffen was talking to Osmond, but it certainly had now. Naomi just looked at him. Nobody knew, Papa. Then what did they take you to save humanity from? BB debated whether to interrupt or offer coffee to break Staffen's train of thought before Naomi answered, but even he wasn't fast enough. We were created to fight the insurrection, she said. We were intended to fight terrorism in the colonies. BB could almost read Staffen's thoughts. Earth kidnapped colonial kids to kill other colonists. As if it couldn't bear to get its hands dirty using its own sons and daughters. And did you? Staffen asked. Yes. Naomi's back stiffened. Yes, I did. Staffen looked as if that had given him an odd kind of peace. Maybe it had simply validated all of the hatred he'd discovered and cultivated over the years since his family had been destroyed. Earth was a toxic empire. If the only evidence to hand had been Staffen Senska's life, BB could understand the conclusion. But Earth was just a ball of rock. It was human beings who did all of that. Some of them, people knew. I need to visit the bathroom, Naomi said. Excuse me for a moment. BB pounced on her as soon as the doors closed, and she was out of earshot. You don't have to continue, he said. Take a rest. She carried on walking. He wasn't sure where she was going, because the heads were the other way. He waited 35 years. The least I can do is make him feel he's had the time he needs. It's a shock for both of you. I'm a Spartan. We're trained for shocks. Not like this. Really. It's the sordid lie on which your life was built, not finding a hinge head in your laundry basket. Stop buying into this unfeeling robot bullshit. It's Halseyism. To salve her own conscience. You really hate her, don't you? More every day, and it galls me that you don't. BB kept Halsey's salvage journal in his most referenced database, and not because it was uplifting, or because he'd liked the illustrations. It was a self-serving, self-pitying, self-seeking scrapbook of excuses for why she had had no choice but to be a monster, and why the laws of God and man didn't apply to special people like her. She was still playing a clever little straight-A girl who everyone had to forgive because of her brilliance, an artful and toxic kind of self-infantilization. Some days one line would infuriate or trouble him, some days another. The latest to gnaw at him was this: part of me wants to offer them a choice. Would any of them refuse? Not only had she convinced herself that these kids could make a monumental choice that would have defeated any adult, but she'd also made it for them. She was an adult foisting her responsibility onto the children. If anything said what a dangerous, delusional Harridan Halsey was, that line did. BB shuddered. The only good reason he'd have to stop Vaz from shooting her was that he liked the earnest little Russian maniac too much to see him court-martialed for pest control. Osmond wouldn't be as inclined as Perengoski to see Halsey as too useful to execute, though. Yes, I do hate her, don't I? Gosh, why does it feel so personal? I despise lots of humans, oodles of them. None like Halsey, though. Is it because she terminated Ackerson's AI when it suited her? Killed him? Call it what it is. Well, why would a woman who thought it was acceptable losses to lose Spartan kids on the operating table think an AI was a living entity with rights anyway? Silly me. I need to remember, Naomi said. She'd stopped in the passage and leaned against the bulkhead. I really do. Can you help? Talking with humans is like getting an occasional letter. BB processed so much faster than the human brain that he'd spent an AI age kicking an idea around before he got a reply to something he'd said. To the human, it was a snappy back-and-forth exchange, perfectly normal most of the time. BB filtered out the delay and filled the wait with other processing tasks. Except when he was getting emotional, like now. Damn, this was AI hypochondria. He was worrying about his thought process because he'd had that scrape on Antom. He had to grow a pair, as Vaz would say. I'll always help, he said. In what way exactly? Naomi shrugged. You can plug into my brain. You can change my brain chemistry. That's the best offer I've had all year, you saucy minx. Now, I know you're worried. Jokiness inversely related to seriousness of the situation. So you want me to poke around and trigger a few long-term memories? Yes. You know I can't go in and read it all like a movie, don't you? I could probably trigger what's there, though, if it's there. You know about infantile amnesia? The more you learn, the less you store. The memory might be more genuinely gone forever, not just buried. Even in a brain that's been Halseyed. I do, but anything could help. Are you sure you want to remember? Is it pre-abduction you want to recall, knowing your dad, or the abduction? Naomi looked past his avatar and rocked her head a little bit, weighing some things up. I know, it was my fault. Not that matters whose fault it was, because I should not have been kidnapped to start with. Good, that's progress. But the more I know, the more I might be able to put my father's mind at rest. Do you feel anything, Naomi? Is it ringing any emotional bells? I'm not sure. I'm getting weird flashbacks that don't tell me anything. and I'm not sure if it's what I'm feeling is simply a product of watching the poor man suffer. She looked back up at the passage as if she could hear something, then carried on talking. She was gradually getting chattier the longer she spent with Kilo 5. This was a comparative marathon talkfest for her. If there are real gaps, can you bridge them? You must have access to Oni records from Reach. Parangoski had all Halsey's archive duplicated without her knowledge, didn't she? Ha, indeed she did. BB did a twirl for the hell of it. He was actually getting nervous. This was dangerous stuff. You mean expose you to an archive recording and data relating to you, the early days on Reach, and the pre-selection material, the Oni data on me before I was snatched, the stuff that's not in my file. That's dangerously close to creating false memories, but they're records. Doesn't mean they're genuine. Video? That's less likely to be doctored than reports. You're not doing this by halves, are you? If I can't have perfect recall, I need context. Just a word of warning. Human memory's like putty, even yours. You can squeeze it into any odd shape and add bits that weren't even there. You think you've got a perfect archival record between your ears, and all that needs is a good bash occasionally to fish out an inaccurate record. Your brain's an illusion generator with a selective lens that stores mostly what it needs to tell you the best lies for keeping you breathing and breeding. It edits the material all of the time. The real data is the instinctive stuff that goes on under the hood without ever knowing or even seeing it. Naomi tilted her head. You really enjoy cognitive psychology, don't you? I suppose I do. But don't change the subject. The point is that this isn't an exact science, even for a towering genius like me. It might really mess you up. That's a medical term, that is. Sure, like I'm fine now? Okay, but you need to run this past Osmond. Whatever happened to me being all grown up and able to make my own decisions? Would you deploy a Spartan if you weren't sure of their mental state? True. Okay. BB wasn't sure if that was an agreement or not, but he was ready to do it. He linked immediately to the Oni mainframe and Bravo 6 in Sydney, smacked away the security AI that was doddering around trying to stop the likes of BB from getting in, and slurped as much data as he could find, if Parangoski noticed. And if she did, he was slipping. Then he'd wait until Osmond saw fit to tell her. There, I love the old girl dearly, but I'm Osmond's Doberman now, and that's how Big Maggie would want it. BB wondered if Spencer had ever called Paragoski Big Maggie to her face, and hoped he had. She liked cheeky competence. Sorry. Then a voice got his attention, and it wasn't Bravo 6. Staffen was calling out, Hey computer, BB, I know you can hear me. There he was, leaning on the wardroom table, looking a little self-conscious at addressing thin air. I want to speak to the Admiral. Do I go to her, or does she come to me? Naomi pushed herself away from the bulkhead and strode back to the wardroom. Staffen was standing in the doorway. BB noted the contrast with Mal and Vaz, who would seize any chance to escape from a captor, however insane it seemed. But then Staffen knew he had better cards than Osmond, or at least he looked as if he did. BB fretted briefly. What about his family? They're going to be crazy. Searching for him, tooling up to punish Earth if anything happens to him. What if I've missed something and he's managed to birth Inquisitor on Venezia? It's possible, but I'm not infallible. Staffen held out his hand to Naomi to usher her back into the wardroom. The look on his face said that he saw a little girl with long blonde hair and all of her life in front of her, not a war-weary veteran. If nothing else good came out of this, then at least one tormented mind had found a scrap of peace. Osmond appeared on deck and walked towards the wardroom, which BB found encouraging. Minions came when called. People, conscious of their power and keen for it to be noticed, made others come to them. But Osmond had both the power and the sense to know when it really didn't matter. She sat down on the table opposite of Staffen while Naomi poured coffee behind the bar. It was all oddly domestic. I've decided my price, Staffen said. I'll swap the ship for my daughter. Osmond didn't bat an eyelash. How exactly? You let my daughter come back to her family, and you can have the goddamn warship. But it won't save you. It won't be the last. I won't be the last man to hate and fear Earth, and there will be others after me who will get ships and defend themselves. Nobody wins in the end. You all know that. Osmond glanced at Naomi. But the root of this is the UNSC taking your daughter and using her like a weapon. No choice, no consultation. Does she want to be swapped? She held up a conceding hand. I'm not lecturing you on morality. That would be disgraceful. I just don't want to compound the original crimes. Is she free to leave the Navy? Yes, she can put in her PVR request and ask for discharge like anyone else. Nobody owns her and nobody can stop her. Really? Just like spies, huh? They never can leave. There's always someone waiting to tap them on the shoulder to do one more job. Do any Spartans manage to retire? I won't lie to you. Only one Spartan's ever retired, and that was another one like me who didn't go through the full augmentation process, but most ended up MIA or KIA anyway. Osmond looked at Naomi again. You can join in, you know. This is your future. BB watched every minute in full detail, baffled. He couldn't tell if this was strategic theater that Osmond and Naomi were colluding in, a genuine discussion, or a one-sided game on Osmond's part. I should know. I know these people better than they know themselves sometimes. Okay, Staffen said. Let's rephrase it. I want to give my daughter the opportunity to come and live with her family. I want her to be given the free choice to do whatever she wants with her life without pressure from you or her comrades. If I'm satisfied she's made the choice of her own free will, I'll give you the ship. If she decides not to quit, then I want to be able to stay in touch with her, provided she wants that, without retribution from the UNSC, because I can always find more WMDs these days. Osmond seemed to be taking it seriously. Naomi, how's that sound for you? I've got a condition too. Naomi was completely calm, her old self again. Before I decide, I need to recall as much of my childhood as I can. BB's willing to help. Then I'll be more confident that I'm making an informed decision, not just doing something I was brainwashed to do. And my father will know I've not been coerced either way. Agreed? Osmond nodded a few times. Then she held out her hand to Staffen. Shake on it. If my word has any weight, I wouldn't blame you if it didn't. Staffen paused before he shook her hand. This was a personal horse trading, the kind shipmasters had done for centuries. BB wasn't sure how Parangoski would take it if she lost another Spartan too, but she cut Osmond a great deal of slack, a very rare privilege few others ever received. All I care about is my girl's happiness, Staffen said. I couldn't give a damn about politics, and I never have. Osmond got up to go. She took something out of her pocket and laid it on the table in front of him. It was a plastic bag containing his wallet and other non-lethal personal items. Are you going to need to be relocated, she asked. Coming home minus a warship won't endear you to your community. That all depends if you intend to let me go, Staffen said. And I have a wife, a son, and a daughter and a granddaughter. It's not that simple. Was that the start of a negotiation or a statement of fact? BB tried to spot the tells. So what happened to your folks? Did you ever see them again? I don't even know who they are, Osmond said. It's best if I don't find out. I doubt that somehow I really do. Osmond left Naomi with him and went back to the bridge. BB split his attention, monitoring the stilted conversation between the Senskas and Osmond's next move. BB, can you get me Parangoski, please? Osmond sat back in the command chair on the deserted bridge. Malvaz, Devereaux, Spencer, and Phillips showed up on the system as being on the glass deck, probably playing cards and dissecting the crisis. And tell me what you're going to do for Naomi. I'm going to help her access childhood memories, he said. and augment that with reach archived data. Is it safe? It won't kill her, if that's what you're asking. What if it screws her up? She asked me to do it, free will and choice. Self-harm, driving drunk, grown woman. Okay, BB, you win. Can I make a suggestion? Though, the only expert left on Spartan 2s is our favorite sociopath currently sewing mailbags in Ivanov. Love Halsey or hate her. I think we should have her on standby in case we need medical advice or even medical intervention. I was hoping we wouldn't have to ship her in. It takes weeks to excise the place afterwards. BB joked about Halsey's awfulness, while still meaning every syllable. But perhaps he was sanitizing her too much with humor. It was more for his sanity than for anyone else's, though. I don't mind the plague of flies so much. It's stopping the blood oozing from the faucets. I was thinking of going to her, actually, Osmond said. Fascinating as it would be to stick her in a cage fight with Staffen and Vaz. Hell, I'd go get my baseball bat, too. So how much are we telling Staffen, ma'am? He probably knows more now than Spencer does. Whatever history, I'd like to think that the world would be outraged if it knew what went on. But you and I know the average citizen couldn't give a shit. He can talk, but he won't be heard. At least his family could be told he wasn't delusional. Osmond nodded. Maybe. BB could see Staffen in the wardroom showing Naomi some very old photos. BB had seen the official Oni images of Naomi that were taken at intervals to chart her progress from day to day. She was abducted to the day she deployed for the first time. Grim mugshots, but this was family stuff, touching and tragic. BB would have to make use of those. Then Parangoski responded and Osmond picked her way through a minefield. Ma'am, I'm trying to negotiate the handover of Inquisitor, Osmond said. It's taking some unorthodox methodry. Do I need to know how unorthodox? No ramifications beyond individuals, but I need to ask permission for something delicate. Go ahead, Saren, if you feel you have to. Halsey, I might need to access or have access to her to help Naomi with an implant issue. Well, she's still at Ivanov as of today. You've got full access there. It was a day's transit to the Oni research facility for Stanley's souped-up drive, so BB felt a little more confident about guessing his way around Naomi's memory. But the most interesting thing was that Osmond hadn't told Parangoski everything. Not that Parangoski wanted to know. If things went wrong, she'd be the first to find out. If they didn't, it would be a story over dinner the next time Osmond was in Sydney, or maybe never shared at all. Osmond ended the call. Okay, BB, all yours. Do you mind me asking if you meant what you said to Staffen, ma'am? She looked off to one side for a second. I think I did. The question is whether he did. And if Naomi wants to leave the service, then I have to ask myself if I believe that I say I do, or if I'm like all the others, and I opt to solve in the Oni way. But a retired Spartan isn't any more of a security risk than anyone else leaving Special Forces. Actually, she's much less. She stood up and stretched. Her joints cracked alarmingly. Naomi can't go on forever, but a battle cruiser will be a threat for another 50 to 100 years with refits, maybe more. Osmond had squared the morality with the operational needs. It was what she was supposed to do, but BB was still waiting for the time when the two didn't mesh perfectly, and she had to make a harder choice. I'll go scrub up then, he said. Have you seen Naomi's sister? Actually, no. Weird that Staffen is so close to his son, according to Mal. Not the daughter, Hedda. You'd think it'd be the other way around, given what happened to Naomi. BB could understand exactly why Staffen didn't cling to Hedda. No, he's lost two daughters, Naomi and the clone. And he's just likely to find it harder to relate to Hedda than to Edvin. Or maybe he feels he's protecting her by excluding her from his world. He is in a dangerous business. Osmond seemed to think it over, nodding. You're right. You should have been a shrink. I'd have been a very, very expensive. BB clothed it in a joke. If he wasn't as good as Osmond thought he was, then Naomi would find out the hard way. Her therapy had suddenly become the most important task he'd ever perform, and he wasn't sure why. Naomi had retreated to her cabin for the process. BB rapped on the door by making knock-knock noises, then materializing inside. When she said, "Come in." It was a very tidy cabin, not an unusual thing in itself for naval personnel, but devoid of personal touches like pictures from home, or at least it had been. Now Naomi held a photo of herself and her parents that looked as if it had been taken at a fun fair on a windy day. "This is going to hurt, isn't it?" she said. She put the docking chip in the console repeater so BB could transfer to it. She didn't need her armor this time. BB wasn't touching her motor regions, just her memory. But ignorance isn't bliss. It's just a lack of intel that you need to make a reasoned assessment. Personally, I'd treasure it, BB said. I can firewall information that I don't want to access, but I know I've done it. So I know that I know something, but I don't know what it is that I know, or why. It was a good idea to avoid knowing it or recalling it. That's an uncomfortable sensation, not bliss. BB had always been aware that his disdain for getting too invested in human lives was a defense. If you liked them, loved them even, then it was doomed because you'd be gone a few short years, leaving them to miss you. They knew you were short-lived, too, so the more emotional, aware ones could predict the pain to come, and either dwell on the unfairness or schedule bereavement to keep their distance to minimize it. The adults who thought AIs were clever but unfeeling programs lived in happy denial of both of a reality AIs and emotions in general. For all their pretense at scientific attitudes, they were still anchored in the voodoo of religion, the belief that humans were unique, wonderful, and qualitatively different. The work of a god that made them unlike any other species that ever lived or ever would. Not even the painful evidence of aliens trashing their worlds had dented this belief. BB knew he had been both human and not human. He was the Oracle Tiresias, experiencing both sides of life and existence. An odd parallel not lost to him when he considered that Tiresias was reluctant to reveal all of the details of his vision either as a man or as a woman. Maybe when you fully understood all sides, you knew there were some things people couldn't handle knowing. There were things he knew that he couldn't handle himself. Otherwise, he would never have firewalled them so thoroughly. Programming. How do you think your brains work, meatbags? How do you think you made me? You're a program too, and because you are, I can exist. He wanted to tell them, but it wouldn't work. Humans were too dominated by emotion to see it for what it was, that every living thing, organic or otherwise, needed a hardwired reaction to survive, to avoid what would damage it, to pursue what would help it reproduce, to cling to others of its kind because it's maximized survival, and to have those life-preserving behaviors reinforced by chemical reactions that guaranteed they would be performed and not ignored. Humans called those reactions fear, ambition, and love. The basic skills that were necessary for life. Communication, using experience to avoid future threats, weren't solemnly human traits of language or abstract thinking, but variations on the tools that life had used. BB could now see no difference between the amoeba moving away from something hot and the man fleeing a tiger or an angry boss. Humans believed they thought things consciously, when most of the time they were simply rationalizing instinctive reactions as basic as the amoeba. And after those reactions had already taken place, but there was no telling them that, not even the ones who knew better, like Halsey. They need their sense of unique superiority and their elaborate rituals that support it in every bit as much as the Covenant needed theirs. BB blamed the universe for this. It was so vast and so indifferent to the little life forms who thought they were the sole reason for existence. Then it must have made them feel small, lonely, and unspecial, in need of some secret reassured to them that they were a lot more important than that. He saw it all now. He didn't see it when he was... When I was what? What made me think all of that? He knew only that when he was another self, his donor, the not him, but the source of his existence, that he simply didn't understand what he did now, or didn't want to. I had to buffer myself. I had to lie. Whoa, BB said. How long had he been mulling that over? Damn, was he having pre-rampancy moments? Where did that come from? Naomi looked at him. Are you okay? You sort of froze for a second. Actually, no, he said. I'm not okay. I'm having a bit of memory leakage. Better put cerebral incontinence pads on the grocery store list, dear. Now, shall we proceed? This task required his matrix, not a pared-down fragment. He transferred himself into the chip, laden with the records he'd harvested from Oni. For a moment, he was disoriented by lack of input. Then he found himself looking at the cabin bulkhead's gray composite, the even spread of the concealed light above the pulled-down desktop, and a glimpse of dark blue bed cover tucked under the edges of a bunk mattress with the precision of an envelope. It was a stark and impressionistic still life seen through the trichromatic filter of the human retina. But he could see a network of lights and lines superimposed upon it, a mesh of enormous and beautiful complexity that he could both reach out and touch like an ancient switchboard operator connecting calls, or travel along like a flume at a beach resort. It was the map of the human brain, Naomi's brain, a unique alien world in of itself. BB focused on a photo that moved into his field of view. It was a day at a fair that came flooding back with the scent of salt air and frying donuts. He was almost convinced that he recalled how delicious those smelled. UNSC, Port Stanley, quarters of Petty Officer Naomi 010. I am a Spartan. There is no situation I cannot handle, resolve, or face with equanimity. Where did I hear that? What are you doing, BB? Keep looking at the picture. What's it like outside? I've located it, Naomi. Look at your mother. She couldn't actually hear BB in the physical sense. He could have generated the sound via the cabin audio, but this was unrecorded, private stuff. Now it felt less like thinking someone else's thoughts and more like the lyrics of a song, words that formed in her head like a reflex that she couldn't change. Go on, concentrate on your mother. I don't remember her. Yes, I do. What did you want for your birthday? A dollhouse. I remember that now. The toy store in town. It filled the window. Now look at the file. That's Reach. I think it's home. No, it's not. The stars look different. I can't see the same sky. But how can I see the sky when it's underground? And I hate that taste. The medicine smells of raspberries, not real ones, artificial flavors. But what's underneath still tastes bitter. BB, I'm tasting things, actually tasting them. Okay, I know what's happening. Don't worry, just relax and keep talking. Naomi had been conscious for brain surgery when her neural implant was inserted, listening to an unseen surgeon asking her questions and adjusting something where her body did things she had no control over, from slurring her speech to making her heart race. There was no pain, she just didn't like being operated like a machine. Helplessness, yes, that is what it was. It made her want to lash out. Your heart rate is up, BB said. Shall I stop for a moment? No, just do it. I'm trying to avoid influencing you by asking questions. You know how susceptible human memory is. You said that a dozen times. Is that your get out clause? What, for practicing medicine without a license? Have I ever asked you to take your clothes off for an eye test? As I told the judge, that was all a terrible misunderstanding. Poor old BB. The more he went into his stand-up routine, the more uneasy he became. If what I recall is bad, you'll be able to tell me it never happened anyway, Naomi said. Just a false memory caused by integrating suggestions and assorted garbage. First, do no harm, BB seemed to be reminding himself. It didn't sound like a joke. I don't want to make matters worse. Naomi sat back on her bunk, spine pressed against the padded bulkhead. This was like hypnosis or meditation. She was fully conscious, letting her mind wander as best as she could. The longer she looked at the photo of the day at the fair, the less certain she was about what she recalled. Donuts, she said. That was a fun fair on the coast. Sometimes she'd catch a whiff of the cinnamon and frying oil smell, even now. And she could not only taste the donuts again, but feel them too. Now she remembered the context. They were served up boiling hot in a grease-proof bag. She could feel them burning her palm and then her fingers as she fished one of the rings of heavy, luscious, sugar-gritted pastry from the bag and bit into it. Her teeth crunched through it, heavy dredging of sugar, and then sank into soft, compressible, rather bland dough that wasn't all that sweet. An elusive flavor she chased but never caught, made more tantalizing by the residue of sugar it left on her lips and chin. Her mother leaned over her and wiped her mouth with something cool and wet. Tutting. Tutting. Naomi tried to recall her mother's face, but it was hard to differentiate between what she recalled and what was being filled in the photo. I felt sticky from the sugar, sticky from the salt on the wind. My hair was all in tangles. Her father looked happy in the photo, though. Who had taken it? If they were all in it, a neighbor, a friend, a stranger? Naomi reached for a data pad and started looking through the documents that BB had assembled, her personal folder, and the assortment of Oni materials. She hadn't even read everything that was in her file yet. This was going to take some time, and she was acutely aware that Inquisitor had already been found, probably breached, and might well be beyond Oni's reach by now anyway. Her father seemed to think that the Huragot could immobilize the vessel and even repel boarders. Either way, either he knew a lot more about the creature than she did, or a lot less. She tried to imagine Adge or Leaks defending the Stanley. They wouldn't. They'd accept UNSC direction without murmur, just as they'd accepted the orders of the Covenant. And he renamed the ship Naomi. I don't know how I feel about that. What are they going to do with him? Hand him over to an Oni debriefing in Sydney? Shoot him? Just throw him back into the water like an undersized fish that they're done with? Whether she wanted it to or not, it was shaping her reactions already. There were rules and regulations in the Navy. Then there was how you felt about them. She wondered if people thought Spartans were so brainwashed that they could simply decide not to think or just feel everyone else's feelings. That she could treat her father like any other insurgent sympathizer and not experience any fallout from it. But she told the rest of the team precisely that. She'd said it meant nothing to her, like arresting Catherine Halsey. But she'd been lying to herself. It might have reduced her to a weeping wreck, but it definitely left a few scuffs. Damn. But Vazia gets angry and emotional about things, and he's still a good Marine. It doesn't make you any less of what you are. She braced herself and opened the documents. Closest to the date that she'd been abducted, September 10, 2517. She'd almost forgotten BB was there behind her eyes reading it too. Is this the wash-up, she asked? The retrieval report? Yes, he said. Allow for the fact that any report's going to be subjective. The mistakes tend to get downplayed and euphemized. the highlights get exaggerated. I've read UNSC bullshit before, BB. I may even have written some. About yourself, he had a point. He always did. Headings like subject, Senska, Naomi, subject 010, date of birth September 15, 25, 11. Never got things off to a good start. It had been filed by retrieval team Theta 2, RT02. She read it like a Spartan at first, just looking for the salient points, and noted how little space and how few words the destruction of her life was really worth. It wasn't even a page. She was referred to simply as Subject 010. Subject 010 had been observed over a period of 7 months in Alstad, New Atlantic Province, Sansar. Data was gathered from routine school medical checks and also via the bogus CAA gifted and special needs children pilot study created to gain extra access to identified candidates. We have no reason to believe that the insufficient data was collected and that this led to the problem retrieving the subject. One of the staff at the subject's school did query the authority of Theta 2. Personally posing as an educational psychologist, but seemed satisfied by the paperwork and the promise of special funding from the CAA if any children in the school were identified as gifted and requiring special measures. During psych evaluation by Dr. J, Subject 010 also underwent routine healthcare checks, such as vision, weight, height, and the last of those was conducted within a reasonable period before retrieval. The calculation of the sedative dose required to subdue the subject was correct based on that data, and the dose should have been sufficient even if the subject had gained up to 5 kilos in that intervening period. The risks of accidental overdose in children cannot be overstated. Administering these drugs in a non-clinical environment means that it is prudent to give the lowest recommended dose per kilo. The subject could easily have died before RT02 was able to reach ONI medical support. Naomi looked up for a minute. This was mostly ass covering. Someone was explaining why her kidnap went wrong and how it wasn't their fault. No siree, because they'd followed procedure and the dose should have been enough. Obviously hadn't been then. So I was sedated. I must have been. I would never have gone off with strangers. Christ, did they actually kill any of us before this even started? She read on. Subject 010 was lured into close physical contact so the sedative could be administered with minimum distress to her. She appeared to be fully sedated when placed in the support vehicle, but she regained consciousness while her clothing was being transferred to the clone replacement and became agitated and unexpectedly combative. As a result, she escaped from the vehicle, and a search was carried out to recover her. She was found and recovered 2 hours later. When her behavior became sufficiently disruptive to risk compromising the mission, a decision was taken to give her further sedation. She was removed without further incident, and no lasting physical damage was observed. Wow, she murmured. You didn't go down without a fight. You fought like hell, BB said. At least I think that's what it means. I did cross-reference the personnel in Theta 2 to see if they'd need any medical treatment after the kidnap. Couldn't find anything, but I hope you did a mal on them. Did a mal? Mal bites when cornered. Ask him about his interrogation. Ask your father, actually. So, remember it. Underwear, she said suddenly. There, it popped out of nowhere, out of context. Oh God, I woke up and someone was undressing me. She was lying flat on something in a strange place that wasn't her bedroom. She knew where she really was, sitting cross-legged on her bunk in Port Stanley. But she was also 5 going on 6 with a weird taste in her mouth, head spinning, and someone was pulling her dress off of her shoulders. There was a small pinpoint of light shining in her eyes from one side. The noises and movement told her she was in a car, and a woman was undressing her. She started struggling. Damn, she's coming around, the woman said. How much did you give her? Naomi started kicking and screaming for her mom. She wasn't sure exactly what people like to do like that did to you, but she knew it was bad and wrong. So bad that the teachers warned the class about it regularly. It's okay, honey. It's okay. Take it easy. Nobody's going to hurt you. Liar, 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 liar. Naomi screamed as loud and as long as she could. That was what grown-ups had told her to do if a stranger grabbed her. To scream and make a fuss until someone noticed and came to help her. She was in a car. Who would hear her? Nobody. She had to get out. She had to get out now. The grown-ups in the car were arguing about something that a man was saying they couldn't give her anymore. The car swerved. Naomi could see the handle on the inside of the door. She'd never been so scared in her life because Mom and Dad didn't know where she was. And it was all her fault because she hadn't gone straight home. The car slowed down. As soon as the woman leaned back, Naomi flew at her, clawing and screaming, and then reached for the door latch. The door was suddenly gone. She was falling through a black void, hitting the ground so hard it shook her teeth, rolling, dizzy. But she was up and running before she even knew where she was. She ran into the darkness. She tripped over a curb, stumbled through some grass, saw some trees streak past her, and then heard nothing but her own gasping breaths as she ran for her life. Her feet hurt. Her shoes were gone. She was wearing a long tunic of some kind, and it flapped around her knees. They were behind her. She could hear their urgent whispers. Where was she? She couldn't see any lights now, just dark and darkness of trees against the speckled night sky. Her feet hurt, and she wanted her mom. Where's my watch? She'd lost her watch. The grown-up watch that Dad had given her. No, the woman had taken it, along with her clothes. If they were chasing her, Naomi had to keep quiet now. Running was noisy. She crept through spiky grass that was getting taller and taller around her. And then her feet slid into cold water and slippery mud. Don't scream, not this time. She held her breath and squatted in the water, hugging her knees in the cover of the tall grass. This was the big river. The stream near her house was small and bubbled over rocks. But this was slow and still, and her feet were in mud. So she was a long ways from home. She felt like she'd held her breath forever, trying not to cry because they'd hear her. She'd never been this cold in her life. Her legs were getting numb. Eventually, she had to move. She felt her way along the edge of the bank, looking for lights from houses, but there were none. What had her dad told her? Rivers flow to the sea. If she put her hand in the water and felt which way the current was going, she could walk along the bank and end up somewhere where there were people who would help her. She'd been sure she was going to get home right up to the moment that she heard the man's voice saying, "Check the thermal. See it?" Then someone grabbed her arms and hauled her, kicking and screaming out of the water. The last thing she saw was that woman leaning over her, hair hanging down. She grabbed it and pulled as hard as she could, punching with her free hand until her arms went tingly and cold, and then she didn't remember anything else. "Are you okay?" Bibi said. "Your heart rate went way up." "I remembered," Naomi said. She couldn't go through all that detail again. It made her feel worse than she'd expected, waking up in a car and escaping, but they still found me. How could she have gotten herself into that mess? She was just coming home from school. She didn't recall the details. It was dark, though. She would have been home in daylight if it was mid-September, so she must have stayed late for some class or other. She wanted to look at the night sky, so she got off the bus and stopped early again to take a look from the field. There were so few streetlights around there that she could see everything like an astronomy textbook. Stars beyond stars, and the hazy ribbons of the galactic plane. Dad had told her to always come straight home. It was a grown-up's privilege to be allowed to travel to and from school on her own, so she had to be responsible about it. A couple of people got off on the bus at the same stop, but she was too intent on night sky to look at them, and anyway, Mom had said not to talk to people she didn't know, or look at them in case. In case of what? She thought she knew now, but she didn't know then. Look behind you, and you look like a victim. Anyone who thinks of sneaking up on you is more likely to think you're scared. and take a chance. But that was her adult rationalization. She couldn't have thought in those terms back then. She saw light traveling along the top of the hedge, bright orange, so it could have been a firebug. But they were green, and it wasn't the right time of year. How far away was it? Maybe it was a shuttle taking off in the distance. She couldn't tell. But it was going in a very straight horizontal line, which shuttles didn't do. And it was just one light, not a cluster of different colors. Dad had told her never to wander off at night and stay on the lit road where she could be seen. But she couldn't explain that light, and she needed to. She had to find things out. She climbed over the wooden turnstile and headed into the field, picking her way over the rutted furrows. The light might have been getting closer or moving away. She still couldn't tell. Then she fell. She remembered putting out her hand to stop the fall and thinking that Mom would be mad if she came home with the mud on her dress. It was only a shallow ditch, but all the time, she thought she'd never stop falling. That was when she heard the thwop, thwop, thwop of someone running as fast as they could through soft soil, and someone grabbed her around the waist, and she screamed. "For Christ's sake, shut her up before the whole town hears her," a man's voice said. So now she knew. If she'd remembered what had happened, and not what she'd pieced together from what she knew of Oni, then she'd made the mistake of getting off of the bus in a dark place and being too curious for her own good. But she'd gone off with a stranger voluntarily. That was something. Or she hadn't gone off with a stranger voluntarily. That was something. She hadn't been irresponsible. I remembered she said a lot of it anyway. Maybe too much of it. It feels real, though. "Want to tell me?" BB asked. "Later. They must have followed me for weeks to know I was getting off the bus early. They knew all about me, didn't they? Governments try to," BB said. "And always for their own good, never yours." BB waited while she scrolled through some recordings from her first 3 days in the castle, buried deep under the surface of Reach, where no amount of screaming for her mom and dad would ever be heard. The assessment team had recorded video footage of the kids working out where they were, and even clinging to each other for comfort. 75 scared, baffled, and even angry children who didn't quite get the idea of being chosen to save their worlds. Naomi couldn't believe that she'd been like that. One clip showed her taking a swing at a guy in a lab coat, pummeling him with her fists and telling him that her dad was going to kill him if he didn't take her home. So much for Halsey's journal entries that suggested tearful but generally compliant children. The woman barely mentioned how much they fought back, and when she did, it was almost with amusement. But as Naomi worked through the clips, videos of her regular talks with Halsey and the other doctors, she watched herself get more withdrawn and cowed down day by day, asking to go home and begging for her mom and dad. In one session, she heard herself say that her daddy really loved her, and he'd come to save her. "Daddy's not coming for you, Naomi," Halsey was saying. It was a young Halsey, dark-haired, 30 or so. "He knows you've got an important job to do. He knows you're too special to be anything other than a Spartan." "Lying bitch. You made me doubt my own father. You made me think he abandoned me. But you weren't the only one, were you?" Naomi's anger was here and now. It wasn't sorrow for her lost childhood. It was anger at the adults who'd betrayed them all by not doing the basic thing a human adult was supposed to do: protect the child. Her father had tried his damnedest to do this, and she'd never known until the last few weeks, more than 30 years later. That was the worst bit. It hurt with a fresh pain that she hadn't been expecting. She didn't remember that all of this until now. She realized her parents were never coming for her, and that she was utterly alone. Her father wasn't going to save her. She had a sudden, vivid pang of hurt, anger, desperate fear, and then she remembered how she thought of her dad and how he had let Halsey take her. "And that's why I got all out to retrieve my buddies, to rescue Mal. Nobody should feel that way, like they've been abandoned. I understand it now." I thought Dad had let me down, BB, she said. Knowing what I know now, knowing he spent his entire life looking for me, knowing what my mom went through, I really wish I hadn't remembered that. She put the data pad down and raked her fingers through her hair. Well, she asked to know, and now she knows. Maybe the memories of the abduction were distorted by the lack of understanding of a small child, or embellished by her later knowledge and Halsey's journal. But there was no arguing with the videos. When she absorbed the whole picture, she didn't feel chosen to save humanity at all. She felt abused. I'm still proud to be a Spartan. If I'd had the chance to volunteer when the Covenant invaded, I'd have done it. I'd do it again, in a heartbeat. But this wasn't about the Covenant, was it? It was setting humans against humans. She laughed, and that was rich. What's funny, BB asked. The Covenant, she said. They were what makes me feel I didn't have my life entirely wasted for me. Are you done? You want a break? Try again later? Naomi looked at her watch. It wasn't her grown-up one. The one Dad had given her. It was a military timepiece, all dials and meters. She really would have liked to have had her old watch back. No, we need to crack on finding that ship. You can't have made up your mind in that time, BB said. I'm not sure I have, she said, but I know what I want to say to Dad. Naomi tidied her hair and tried to look calm and professional again. Her cheeks were flushed bright pink, which wasn't like her at all. Vaz would comment and ask if she was okay. He was a really good guy, the kind she wished she'd met in a normal life. But that was another world in a parallel universe. Can't blame it all on Halsey, she said. No, but most of it's down to her. So do I still get pins in her, please? I was thinking of asking Parangoski to have her brain removed and kept in a jar connected to the mainframe so she could think useful things but not cause any more damage. Ahead, of course, I could pop in from time to time and torment her, and she could never switch me off. That's not like you, BB. Oh, I think it is. How could anyone do that, though? Naomi asked. Halsey couldn't do it alone. She had an army of people willing to do the work for her. What kind of person goes along with a plan of kidnapping children and surgically altering them? What kind of doctor would agree to do all of this to kids? BB didn't answer for a long while. Yes, you have to wonder what corner of hell's reserved for them, he said at last. Some of them might have even found out by now. He seemed very subdued. Naomi hoped it didn't feel guilty for bringing back some painful memories. If anyone had a reason at all to feel guilty, it was BB. I'm going to quit there because it's a change in place and we're almost out of our time, almost out of our music, which means we're at the end of our 2 hours of reading. Oh, big stretch. Oh my god. Yar! Says you, Kevin. I'm just reading the chat and catching up. I'm excited to meet Jimmy. Same, grrr, hearts, and a kissy face. Okay. And Kevin is waiting for the Spartan porn to arrive. Jesus. For anybody that likes the music that we play behind the books, here you go. OST. Please work. Anytime now. Come on. Are you doing the thing again today? Is that what's happening right now, Streamlabs? 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just fixing up. Did it not go? There it goes. Alright, it went. There you go. OST, Ambient Wonders. We that's what we listen to on the Awesome all the time. It is we use it for crafting, we use it for raiding, we use it for. It has been behind that particular song. I believe has been behind almost every reading that we have done. In the Awesome. So go check it out. Ambient Wonders. It's provided by Installation 00. He's a really great guy. He does. He goes and he finds all of this music in places like Halo and other things, and spends endless amounts of time just sitting in the lobby on his Xbox recording it for you, so that you can enjoy it. And you can enjoy it in great ways. Like I said, studying at your dinner party, lots of other ways. I hop in the shower and let it play with my RGB lights on and recharge sometimes. Anyway, also please check out my friends. Here they are. I should rotate my friends list and add some people to that list. I will do that at some point. You guys can find me in all of these places. Don't forget my YouTube, except for the YouTubers who are already watching. And once again, join the Discord. It's the easiest and best way to get unfettered access to the Spartan space and all of its people, including me, for free. You don't have to pay a dime. You just gotta join. You can come play Halo with us. Talk to people like Jimmy, Installation 00. The Red Gear has come by before. I think Cammy Shep has been here maybe one time. I don't know if he's actually talked in the Discord yet, but I know he's chatted in here and said some things. Cat is always here. Anyway, lots of cool ass people. Give me just a minute. I'm gonna go and reboot my coffee. Get my heart rate monitor, my watch fired up so you guys can see that. I'm gonna play a little Halo for a few hours. This afternoon, the Mariners play. I'm really excited about that. Hey Siri, what time do the Mariners play today?
The Mariners play the White Sox at 1:10 p.m.
Oh shit! So in an hour, the Mariners play. So I will be paying attention to the score as we end the Awesome today, and then yeah, I don't know what's happening tonight. No idea. There won't be any baseball to watch, so hopefully I'll get some games with my friends, and that'll be cool. And I can't stretch fence today. I gotta wait until at least tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. My plan is to be here for the Awesome tomorrow. That may still change, but as of right now, the plan is to be here and stream from 10 to 2. As soon as the Awesome is over, I will be headed to Seattle to watch the Ichiro retirement ceremony and get my Ichiro jersey because we're retiring his jersey. The Mariners are retiring his jersey because he was elected to the Hall of Fame today. Hey, Camo, how you doing, buddy? And so I'm really excited about that. Anyway, give me just a minute. I'm going to run into the house and reboot my coffee like we always do. And then I'll come back in here and I'll hop in the Discord and we'll get the Awesome, more Awesome rolling. With some friends and with you here shortly. Yeah. All right, guys. Here's the chair. Give me just a second. Be right back. Yep. One more second. Hold on. Hold on. I'm here, but I'm back. It's good. Just take care of something. One more second. I have good news. All right. All right. Bring it on. Bring it on. All right, we're live in the launch bay. Good morning again, everyone who's stopping by. We got 10 people watching right now. Hi. Snacks. I have lots of snacks actually. Today I have a few different choices. I have some cheesy thin things. They're it's Parmesan cheese crisps with pumpkin seeds and sunflowers. And they're really good. And then I also have, why is my camera like off to lunch like 5 miles high? That's crazy as shit. You alright there, camera? It also appears to be a little bit the camera I feel like the camera is like dusty, maybe? Like somebody put a fingerprint on it. I have to like find a camera cleaning cloth, so I don't do any damage to it. I'll have to find one of those later. It's probably fine. Could just be me, but I feel like this side here is blurry. Anyway, snack. So yeah, so I definitely have snacks and I have more coffee, so we're happy about that. Don't worry about that. Damn. Sorry, I'm just watching my silliness playback on the YouTube way late. All right, here we go. Anyway, yeah. Watching the Mariners, or gonna listen to the Mariners today, at least after the awesome is over. Gonna do a little bit of fence work. I can do some trenching today. I could probably run the top bar on the fence today. As far as fence stretching, I won't be able to do that until either tomorrow or maybe Saturday. No. Probably Saturday. Saturday I'm gonna do a little bit of work on my my trailer. Okay. Let us see up your nose. No. Oh, I should tell all you guys that next week, write it down on your calendar for everybody that watches. Next week on Thursday, there won't be any reading. There won't be any Spartan John. I want to let me double check. Let me make sure that I'm not misspeaking. Let me look at the calendar. But I'm pretty sure. Come on. Yeah. So, next week, I'm going to go camping. So, we'll hang out on Wednesday. And then you guys won't see me again until... Well, I should be back on Tuesday. Tuesday the 19th, I should be back here streaming at 10 like normal. So, you'll only lose me for like 2 days. But, you know... Rest assured that I will miss all of you when I'm sitting on the river with no cell phone service, drinking Baileys in my coffee at 8 a.m. next to a campfire. I'll make sure to take pictures for you guys.
You have an iPhone, don't you?
There's no service there, Kevin. None. We
Yeah. What
go ahead.
what iPhone do you have?
That's a great question. I want to say it's last year's new model, so whatever
Like
that
a
is.
16 then?
I think so.
Yeah, you have service.
Really?
Yeah. They opened up iPhones to Starlink.
Oh, this is a 15 Pro Max, Kevin. 15 Pro Max.
Okay.
Starlink, huh? On my phone.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I haven't done it yet. But
Well, you let me know how that works or what that costs. In the meantime, I'm going to continue to believe that I don't have cell phone service. It sounds absolutely terrible. I should also add it to my scheduled pages. Okay. I'll try to figure that out after the awesome today. But yeah, it's gonna be terrible. I'm gonna be eating good food, watching the river float by, listening to nature in the woods between a bunch of mountains. It's a great reset that we get as a family once a year. And go ahead.
It's only T-Mobile.
Oh, it's only T-Mobile?
Yeah,
that figures. Well, there you go. So, as I originally speculated, Spartan John will be unreachable for 5 days. Mm-hmm.
He's supposed to tell you about the robo-apocalypse.
Well, I figure it'll be a little something like this. I'll go camping, and I come back, and the whole world will be infested with zombies, and it'll just be me and my family, like, you know, like some Walking Dead shit. I'll just go home. It'll be okay. I'll stop at the Costco and pick up some stuff, you know, and then come home and we'll just barbecue that night and everything will be just fine. Be like nothing ever changed. I'll probably even stream for anybody that didn't turn into a zombie while I was gone. And I'm really nice to Siri, so I'm sure that because I'm so nice to her, that when the overlords decide to take over the planet and decide what happens to us, she'll put me in a really nice place where I won't have to work so hard. You know, maybe. You ready to get hosed, Kevin? It's Tax Slayer.
I've been playing Banished.
Okay.
Banished Slayer for most of the morning.
Okay. Fair enough.
I jotted off to go do my donation and came back and just finished up a Banished Slayer match right before this.
Nice.
man, people are already complaining and whining about the Falcon being. They're like, it's just a Falcon outfit. It's not a Falcon. It's a Wasp.
Mm.
Built on
Mm.
the mechanics of a Wasp. Like, oh my God, are you kidding me? Like, they expect the B team that's putting this new content in to do everything just perfect.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well,
Hey, at least they added the vehicle, right? You know,
yeah.
you
Yeah.
could get. I mean, they added functionality. There's different turrets. It's kind of fun to play. I mean,
Yeah.
uh,
Mm-hmm.
no, gotta look a gift horse in the mouth.
I think it's really cool that they added it.
Tactical Slayer.
I hope they add some bigger maps that require it.
Oh, I would love to see more vehicle maps in general.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
To win it, Slayer. Just kill the other player.
No ice.
One entering field right now. Two in field. I couldn't even spawn. I basically spawned and died.
Some people just aren't happy. Yeah, no, you're right about that. Like one on my X, one on my X. Like I said, for me, I just want to see some bigger. I'm gonna see some bigger maps now. Like, I can imagine a map like on the C.
Yellow.
Yep, I just killed one. I could imagine a map on like the CE scale of things, where you
Keep your head down.
no eyes. Oh, all over here now in blue corner on the blue side. A map where it's like CE, where you get into one of those big caverns and there's like a bridge to cross over.
Love
the
your face, but want to see Master Cheeks, please.
Want to see my butt cheeks? What? It is Friday, but wow. I don't know if you could pay enough. I don't know if you could pay me enough for that. I thought you were seeing my master cheeks with my face big. Falcon duck hunt chasing mongoose from a that would be cool. Falcon duck hunt where you got a pilot and two gunners. Okay.
So much better than that.
It's Thursday? Is it Oh yeah, it is. It's reading Thursday. Haha, my bad. There you go, Kevin. There's your smut for today. Spartan John talked about his butt cheeks being live on the stream. Thanks for telling me. I wish it was Friday.
Center and smoke. In the very center. Come.
Yeah, I've got one here, around here with me somewhere. I just heard him slide, and then... I just killed one. There's one on the hallway on my end. It's Anyway, my bad. Thursday. You're right, I have the Book Daddy Cup. It is Thursday. I did just read. Sometimes my brain just quits on book days. Like, it is a outstandingly large amount of concentration that I use to read books for a few hours. Feels bad, man. No eyes. Oh! I'm dead. He's over by man lift on yellow. I also wish it was Friday, because then I would have D&D. Okay. Two on that end, two on that end, two below, one above now. One just went down. No, I just feel like it could be like a covenant, like in the first Halo, in the very first Halo, you went downstairs with the warthog, and you like came to a cavern that you had to cross with
Center. Smoke.
Yeah, he's in the middle at the doorway. I couldn't get him. Yeah, there's a cavern you could come across. You came into, and the only way to cross it was like a bridge. And even if you made like something like that, and then there were like maybe some islands, and so you had to kind of like take over supremacy across, like kind of island hop across a giant cavern that has maybe a couple of bridges, so that there's ground access, but then you would have flying access as well. One at blue end top. I'll draw a picture of it. Maybe Oakham will forge it for us or something. He'll like my idea. I got no eyes, Kevin. We're down by 8. Yeah, down by, yeah. That was a great swap.
Center, smoke.
We'll trade it with one. There's still one more over there. Bummer. I'm gonna do that now. Two, one in the smoke, one at the yellow ramp upstairs.
Yeah, he got me. Yellow got me.
Yeah, 4 to lose.
Here comes the teammate. Enemy shields down.
One there at orange pipes. 2 there now, 2 there. Shit. That was the last one. Oh. Big stretch. Big stretch. So how's your day besides getting some donating on and playing some Halo already this morning, Kevin?
It's been okay. It's better than yesterday's weather.
Yeah.
At least we got some sun and can do some stuff outside.
Yeah, I was able to get the rest of my fence posts in yesterday. And that was nice. And then, now I'm just waiting. I gotta wait for it to... Wait for the fence, the concrete to cure, and then I can stretch my fence against it, so... Then the dogs can be out. Yay. Let's go. Sorry, I was having a thought moment. I was thinking about Jimmy's idea, the duck hunt with the duck hunt idea.
I saw some guy post a video. He flew around, was flying behind a falcon and just looking at animations and stuff. And when you turbo it or go forward with the falcon, the jet engines on the back curl out. They expand. And,
Okay.
they
Yeah.
were complaining about that because it's like, what's happening there? You know, like,
Hmm.
and it does look a little funny, but I mean, you wouldn't notice it unless you were like, just like, eagle eyeing it and
Purposefully looking to notice.
yeah. But
Hmm.
I guess all the flying vehicles are ever since the Hornet, the Wasp is built on a Hornet's control system or model coding, and then the Falcon is based on the Wasp. So it actually boils down to going all the way back to Halo 3, I guess, the control coding.
Hmm. Interesting.
Tactical Slayer.
Oh, black and red armor. I kind of like that.
Mm-hmm. He's got the banana hat on without the stem.
Another one down.
Tower, one at tower.
Tower, Roger. I'm in our base. Got one at control, two at control, two at control, two at control mid. Or security, if that's what you want to call it.
We're flipped.
Yeah, we are. They're still in control too. Top of control.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
I got one at control.
Roger. I spawn mid. I am at control now.
Oh, mid.
Mid, Roger.
Going to control mid.
Two back there, two back there.
They're close.
Back wall.
Yep, back wall, Roger.
Lost the lead.
One on me. Our original tower.
They're dead.
No eyes. Had to back it out in case. One here, left
Control.
side, back side of control. One. Two now, two.
I got one.
Still two on my X2. Still one here.
Still at control. Still.
Man, no eyes. Still no eyes.
We've lost a teammate.
Our tower, our original tower.
Still one front of control. Still one.
Our tower.
Our tower runner. How did they kill me? Huh. Interesting.
Mid.
Lost the lead.
Security, still security. Shot you through the crack. Yeah, but it's Tack Slayer, so... One's still at tower.
Enemy halfway to victory.
I don't fucking shoot.
Back wall. 3 here.
3, roger. Still no eyes, still.
Rocket wall. Mid. Their site, original.
Roger,
Rocket mid.
roger.
There was
One.
Shot caller.
under command, underneath you.
Underneath me, roger.
They're dead.
I can't. This one doesn't. You can't get down there.
I got him.
Still one at tower. One at tower. Yellow side. Tactical crack. Is that when you reveal it to only your friends? I thought that was, or you know, that's opposite of mooning. One inside of a command top. Spread the cheeks to shoot from the crack. Oh, I don't know about that. This is not my mode today. One. Just killed one. Just killed 2. Got him in that back corner. Got him moving to command. I believe they're moving to command now.
Oh yeah, command.
You got killed from command. Okay.
Two at our tower.
Wow, that was a hell of a shot. That guy. 3 to win. From the hand, why don't people understand?
Oh, you are so much better than them.
2 down. One more on the rocket wall. Thank God you killed him. Let's stand up for a minute. Yay!
Did you get your bearings for your printer, or when are you gonna do that?
They definitely showed up. I haven't had a chance to replace them yet. I think I left a bag of bearings in the house too, so I gotta go in and get them. But yeah, they did show up. I do need to do that. That is on my list because I have things I need to print. I don't want to wear Legends Chief in his all of his, 5 million pound glory. It's just a 50, right? 50? Yeah, it's a 50 level battle pass. So this is cool. Oh, sorry. 50 level experience. It's not a battle pass. My bad. Why did they gotta be like that?
I don't get worried about going through it because halfway through it doesn't even matter because it's all
Oh,
paid after that.
Because you didn't buy the premium pass, that's why.
Not I told
Yeah.
you not gonna give him one more dime.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel like the premium pass was more, I feel like I got more than enough out of the premium pass to justify buying it.
What is a premium pass cost right now, or the regular pass?
$10.
$10. What? Let me see what I'd be get for $10.
It's $10, and you get basically you get a bunch of Spartan tokens, which arguably is whatever.
Absolutely nothing to me.
Weapons bench. That's right. Mike wanted me to. Mike told me that that we got in the battle pass a shorter version of the
That's at the
MA5K.
beginning.
Yeah. You get it when you get the battle pass. So I put that on there now to see if it's any better. But yeah. So in the battle pass, you get that gun, you get the cat ears charm. You get the visor. Okay. You get the leg drone, some knees. So you get a purple kit, a purple set of armor, basically with helmet. Okay. You get almost so you get 2 helmets, and basically 2 helmets, 2 sets of shoulders, and a complete armor kit, basically. And then after that, you get a couple of paint jobs, some more model for your mangler, or your mauler, sorry. It's definitely new shit.
Slayer.
I mean, I'm getting ready to go spend the $10 on a battle pass for Fortnite, so we do Fortnite Fridays, Kevin.
I don't even pay for Game Pass anymore.
Old school
No?
simplicity. More kills,
No.
more better.
How do you play with us? Steam?
It's all free play.
Oh. It's one shot, by the way. I thought you had to have gold. At least.
It's all free play. Oh, are you kidding me?
Oop. Yep, that was my fault. That was bullshit.
Gained the lead.
Two in the basement, heading to blue.
Lost the lead.
Bottom basement, center. On me, on Max.
Yep.
I keep thinking this is Legacy, but it's one shot.
One shot.
No. Wow, that was some lag. Red. Red. Going into red base. Top of red base.
Double kill.
I'm the bar red base, just one.
Coming middle map. Middle map.
So much better than them.
Still in base, still red. Fuck. One at red, one at red. I'm out of bullets.
Requisition.
Never mind, I'm here. He was right here. No eyes now. Two in the middle. Two in the middle. At
Oh.
batteries. At batteries. One.
Bottom center. Bottom center.
Way to victory.
Bottom base. Bottom center. Damn it. Red. Bottom center. Bottom center.
Requisition.
No eyes.
You've lost a teammate.
Man, my beat downs are not connecting with these guys.
Two here, two.
Requisition.
Blue.
Blue where? Above?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm blue bottom right now.
Gained the lead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did.
Ghost.
Oh, still one in here. Still one.
Two in there.
Requisition. Lost the
Center by batteries.
nearing victory. Gained the lead. Requisition.
Hmm. Cliffy Burrito is carrying us right now. Just outside of Blue Base, outside.
Requisition. Don't hide forever. Requisition.
That was bullshit.
Bottom of blue.
Mhm.
Bottom here. Bottom.
are so much better than them.
5 minutes remaining.
Red, red, red.
Inside blue base. Inside.
Victory.
That was nice. Yeah, so everything after 20, Kevin. And then you get a couple of paint jobs. You get another complete set of armor. 2 more. 2 more complete sets of armor, actually. And that last set I thought would be, like, something you would like. Win. Yeah, correct. Win.
Fiesta.
Nap time. You heard him say it. Siesta. Nap time.
Kill to score, score more to win.
Escalation Slayer, or is it Hot Swap?
No, it's Fiesta.
Hot Swap.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
Wait, where'd they go?
Ooh, nice shot.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
Really? Alright.
I'm horrible at snipers.
To drop.
Sniper got him.
Weapon drop.
All in the dish.
Critical says they're dead.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
With 2 on max, 2.
Oh, bullshit.
They're under.
2 here, 2.
Weapon drop.
Traded the 1-1 on me.
What the hell?
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
Shield spot.
1 pushing, 3 pushing Banshee plat.
2 and 7. I ain't doing shit.
Closing in.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
Can't just
Wow.
swing a hammer.
Wow, we're down a lot.
Center.
Mm-hmm.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
No eyes. One behind the dish, one behind. Wow, that was weird. All at tower, all at tower.
Prepare to drop.
2 pushing me and 1 at rocket plat, 2 at rocket plat now.
Prepare to drop.
Another one down.
Weapon drop.
Well constructed, Spartan.
Platform.
Yeah, they are.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
Above you.
Yep, 2 of them.
Thruster activate.
Out here in the center.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Prepare to drop.
He didn't even hit me 1 time. He only hit me 1 time.
Weapon drop.
Enemy shields down. Other shields.
Overkill, you fuckers.
Prepare to drop.
Damn. And we lost. That sucks.
Sir, I just got going there at the end.
It's alright. It's alright.
You were pulling up the rear.
Yeah, like, I have a really hard time when I don't hear comms back. And so, like, I just don't play as well. I have a hard time getting into the game. It's like one sense that is not being. It's like losing your sense of hearing, I guess. Like if you play, I don't know if people like you, Kevin, or people watching in the awesome right now, if you can't play the game when you can't hear it, like if it's harder for you to play the game, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Comms are
Yeah.
super important to me. Without them, I have a hard time. Unless I'm playing FFA, something FFA Slayer, FFA geared, because then it's just me by myself. Then I don't need your comms. I just do what I do.
What turns me off is too much chatter.
Mm-hmm.
Like when people come in and we're not talking about the game, I just end up tuning everything out
And just playing the game, like you're not part of the crew.
and just
You're
playing the game.
You're just playing and being here. Then at that point,
Yes.
well, see, that's kind of a bummer because some of those community days when we're all just fooling around, you know, it's the gameplay is contributive to the atmosphere. I feel like some days. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, but if I mean that's all fine and stuff, but if I'm not directly related to the conversation,
Oh, gotcha.
then it's if I'm not contributing to what's being talked about or anything, if and it depends if we're trying to be sweaty and actually win a match or not, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
There's some game types that who cares? I mean, like Castle Wars or something like that, like.
Well, drink, you drink.
But when it's like a 4x4 and there's people chatting about stuff that isn't in the game, then
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Drink the drink, Roger. Hey, Jimmy.
There.
Hello.
Welcome, sir. How are you today?
I am excellent. How are you?
Any day that one of my greatest heroes joins me on my stream, it may.
Gavin's been here the whole time. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about you, Jimmy. I'm putting you high up on the pedestal today. It's like you walk into the museum. There's a RoboCop statue. Dale Earnhardt is standing there. The statue of Dale Earnhardt. Maybe his car is there.
And
then there's
a
Go ahead, Kevin.
there's a Jimmy statue, huh?
Yeah, and then there's on a pedestal there, rised above the rest, standing in a very proud, manly pose. So his shoulders are back, and he's got his fists on his belt, and his legs are kind of, in that very staring out, beard. Just a statue of Jimmy way up on that pillar.
It must
Wearing
be
an American flag Speedo with his Ray-Bans on.
I mean,
on his shoulder.
oh,
Yeah. Freedom chicken.
I didn't think that you were gonna be naked in the statue. I thought that you were
I'm
gonna.
wearing a Speedo.
I
got
thought
the
you were
banana
gonna be
hammock on.
wearing a flannel shirt and some pants and some steel-toed boots. Very man. Maybe there's a cup of coffee.
Brawny.
I'm just something, right? But you had to go all
I don't-
Speedo on us, Jesus.
Flannel Speedo. We'll settle in the middle of
my
flannel Speedo.
flannel Speedo.
I was thinking more Greek pantheon looking, carved out of a piece of solid granite, Michelangelo, Apollo type,
Oh,
Marble statue with an oversized leaf on my groin. Yeah.
we're
how it
gonna
goes.
recarve the stinker, and instead of a bald guy sitting on the crapper, it'll be Jimmy. Thinking.
Thinking man.
Yeah.
Sitting on a shitter.
with his one hand outreach with a ball of yarn and a couple of crochet needles.
Yeah, instead of
Right?
thinking, it's him with his legs crossed on the shitter, and he's crocheting.
Seems legit. I would be honored to have such a statue.
We'd have to make like we'd have to like make a bathroom setting like in the museum to put it in, because it'd be out of place if you just like set that in the living room. Like you walk in and you're like, hey, we're just making a statement about the exhibit right now. Here is a crapping man knitting.
I like street art, so just like install me in the second stall in the second floor bathroom, and people just wander in and they open the stall and there's a statue, marble me sitting on a fake toilet.
just
Looking like somebody misplaced one of the pieces. Just
in the there's maybe a sign that says out of order hanging underneath you.
right.
This stall is out of order. Oh fuck. Oh my god, so good. I don't know about them apples. So you said your other parents are coming today, is that what you said?
Yeah, my grandparents will be here about an hour after the awesome.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah, I would be out mowing the yard to make it all look nice for them, but we had pest control come and remove some yellow jacket nests from the back of my house.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going outside today.
No, we are not mowing outside today. They are very upset. They are currently flying around delivering the poison back to their houses. They are unpleasant.
Back to their houses. The pest control didn't take the houses with them when they left?
So no, apparently their plan, what they do is they dust them. They spray all these wasps with a dust, and then they return back to the nest. And they want the dust to get on the queen. You're not actually killing the male wasps. You're using them as a carrier to go back to the queen, deliver it, and then when the queen dies, I guess they all just like have a dysfunction like most men do when they don't have ladies around, and they just fuck right off. I don't know. That's how he explained it to me.
Huh. Okay. Capital ships
Or eventually
are
they die. Yeah.
Interesting.
The capital ships are coming.
Yeah, what? Well, I mean, so
I was told don't go near the nest for at least another 2 hours because they are very pissed off.
I mean, yeah, you dusted the nest.
Yeah, you just rammed a rod right up in there and sprayed a bunch of hoopla.
I found a nest in the truck in the Ford the other day, not the Bronco, the old Ford. And it was in the door, and they were just chilling in there, and so I hosed the shit out of that nest myself, and I watched them all in there like, no, God, oh, like I got the queen of that nest, I got everybody died, and then I just used the antenna and poked the nest out of the car and squished it. Because I'm a man. I was like, yeah, I'm going to win. I was literally scared to death. I was like, how about I don't get stung? They were wasps, so, you know.
Yeah, if they weren't yellow jackets and already highly aggressive, I would have just sprayed it myself or done the little gasoline in a jar trick over the wasp nest, but it's about the size of a dinner plate already because they've been up there for a week. And if it's paper wasps, I'll deal with them myself, but yellow jackets, no, I'm gonna pass on those.
Yeah.
Fiesta.
There's a limit to my intestinal fortitude. I don't want to be all swollen up trying to fit on my suit. And
yeah, it didn't sound great. No. Not even a little bit.
a wise and great man I know would say that they are not the competitive tools.
Yeah, no. Not the competitive tools. If you also want to die running from bees and drowning in a lake.
Haha.
They're heading to Snipe Tower. All of them. They just all ran over the top of me. I was waiting.
Oh, he jumped over me. One in the cave, two in the cave.
Prepare to drop.
One going center right now, John. Behind you.
Weapon drop.
It's not guns.
One on me. I traded with one and then one killed me. Well, I mean, I killed one and then one killed me.
He's got a coil. He's cute.
Yeah,
got him.
one like came up to the door with his hammer and then wouldn't push me.
He got scared.
Oh,
Oh my God,
upstairs.
that's John Lund. I can't go in there.
He saw that I had a hammer and was like, I don't know if I want to push this guy. I have a feeling that he was possibly a guy from from one of the previous rounds on this match, on this map where he got stabbed continuously in the center because I was just hiding down there and he kept pushing me. Like, dude is like, wait a second. I remember this.
I know how this goes.
Like, no, buddy,
Doesn't
come
end
in
well
here.
for me.
Come in here, buddy.
Too low middle
Just
bridge.
come in here. Did that guy not get coiled to death? Interesting. All right. Well, that's sad.
Come after me with no shields, you
Here in
goober.
my car, I'm the safest of all.
On me, on small tower, coming up the small tower.
Prepare
Small
to
tower,
drop.
Roger.
Weapon drop.
Ooh! Man lift, too.
Damn. Could not grab that shot. Could not. Come on, kid. Pay attention. Dum 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 dum.
Get you baited.
Prepare to drop.
Dum, 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 dum,
Teamwork.
Dum, 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 dum.
Weapon drop.
Oh. Wow. Guy beat me down. One going to small tower.
He puts the laser on the skin.
Yeah, he does.
Another one downstairs.
All they are is dust in our wind. Weapon drop.
Finally killed me.
Hey, nice shot.
Bottom center.
Oh, I'm dead. Small tower bottom. Or big tower bottom. Going back to center, going back to center.
We've lost a teammate.
Prepare to drop.
I'm at Bend. VR
Weapon
bend.
drop.
I'm with Kevin. Got one here on me.
Oh, mid.
Double kill.
Elbow one.
Oh, behind us, behind us, behind us.
Prepare to drop.
I can be your hero, baby.
Weapon drop.
One's middle bottom. Bottom middle. Going to short tower.
Double kill.
I've got one pushing on me now here at small tower, or at snipe tower. Sorry.
Prepare to drop.
Traded up here. Traded. He's down though. One
Man
behind you.
left
One
top.
behind you.
Weapon drop.
Who is that? I can't tell who that is. Kevin died. I'm on my way to Kevin's ex. No eyes here.
Keep
No
trying.
eyes here.
You might even hit me. Come on down. You know you want to.
Enemies below us.
Piece of kit. Weapon drop.
Oh.
Hit two here. Two.
Bandito. Bandito. Another one. There you go.
Weapon drop.
Oh my god, I just blew myself up.
Oh no! What just happened? Okay, we're good.
Small tower, two.
That
bombs,
was
small tower.
weird.
Ah! Rando just jumped in front of me.
Prepare to drop.
Big tower, Earth.
Weapon drop.
Oddball. I'm with you, Kevin.
Top tower, top tower.
Double kill.
Come and get me.
Sweet Odin's ear. They had a
That's hilarious. Still with Jimmy.
Boop, 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 boop.
I didn't see where it came from.
Sniper tower.
Small tower, small
He's
tower.
dead.
Small tower. Bottom.
Oh.
W.
Yeah, in a big way, Jimmy. You carried us, buddy.
It's a good warm up.
We were all about the same. We're all kind of there.
There was lightning before the thunder. Mm. I was 15,
So,
9 and 4. Jimmy was 16, 6 and 5. So he had 3 less deaths and 1 more assist than me. Great job, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Great job.
Kevin got 6 assists. He's a team player.
yep, I was giving it away.
Hmm. That's what
Sav
she
man.
said?
Sav man was dragging us.
It's okay.
It's taken a bit to search, but it's okay. It is
I
a
need
slow day. What do you need, Kevin?
I need a different helmet.
Oh,
I'm getting tired of this.
you can unlock a new helmet in the battle pass. Not helpful, Kevin? Is that not helpful? For just $10, Kevin, you can unlock several new helmets that you can wear in the battle pass. One comes with a visor cover that makes your helmet look like you're a bug. You could be Ant-Man. Or the
Snake
ant.
Eyes.
You could be the ant agonist.
Aha.
Nope.
Jimmy, you aren't gonna you're not gonna sign for me, Jim? You're not gonna sigh for me, Jim?
No. No, I just did delivery issues
Okay.
on that one.
Okay.
Go harder. Say it with your chest.
Oh, okay.
On your 6, John.
Oh, yeah, still one there. Nice.
Is it one shot?
Yeah, one
High
shot.
mid. High mid, headed to tower.
Ah, damn it.
Way to beat that guy down, Jimmy. I watched that
Bottom
happen.
center.
If you're gonna sit on your knees in front of me, I'm gonna top of your head. Nest 1.
Oh, I just exterminated that guy in the piece, and that
Nest
guy
one.
too. Nest 1, Roger. I'm not at Nest. I'm at
Admiral Preston J.
basement,
on a
heading back to
Big
tower.
war with Rando.
Heading back. I'm at mud.
Where's the scoreboard?
Oh fuck! Right in the middle of a reload. One on my exit. Mud.
I'm underneath. Missed one downtown. He's at the Brutes.
Brutes, Roger.
Dummies.
Center, top 2, top center. 2.
Wow, okay.
Got 2 chasing me.
One going
2
garage.
chasing me. 2 chasing me. 2.
requisition.
Oh, I got one in the basement. One in the basement.
Lost.
Oh, one top center. Top center. Going to garage. Top center. Here's dropping down. Nope.
Boom Legion.
Two pushing mid. Two. Nope, one went to nest, one stayed
Oh,
mid.
are you kidding me?
Dude, I'm missing my shots. I don't know what's going on. Feel like they're clipping armor here. Dude, I have not connected with a single round.
All in, yep, all in the yard there. By green, one heading to
Going to
mid.
top center garage. Top center garage.
Garage top center, thank you.
Big door one.
Big door.
Green
I
now.
just got one that missed me. I'm in basement now.
Requisition.
Lower garage.
Ooh,
center,
shot,
center
but
top.
I missed him.
Enemy half
Bullshit.
victory.
Big garage center.
He is going from a sprint to actively shooting me faster than I can pull the trigger and hit him. I have a 285 ping.
Oof. That would do it. Mine's at 72, so it's a little higher than usual as well.
Alright, it's gonna be fisticuffs for me then. You don't want my bullets to work, I'm just gonna go to my hands. One mud. Never mind, I got picked off from nest.
One at stairs.
One down low.
Requisition.
One on my X, scoreboard going underneath.
Boom Legion.
I am donating the bodies here, fellas.
It's okay, it happens.
One underneath. Shot, John.
Cue.
Nest. Nest.
I got one at
Yes.
one at green, one at green.
Requisition.
One nest.
Oh, still one mid now, one mid. Down 7. One at green, heading to mid, He's in mid now, he's in mid. He's heading to command tower.
Enemy team
I just
nearing
got
victory.
killed from basement. He's in tower, Kevin, top of tower.
One at nest.
2 at tower now, 2 at tower bottom. One more, Kevin.
Nest. Or tower. Yeah, you got it.
I'm at garage. They have a bot?
Double kill.
5 to lose?
One underneath big door. Big door headed green.
2 to lose, 2 to lose. 1 to lose, 1 to lose. 1 on my X, 1 on my X. 2 on my X at tower,
Defeat.
Jesus. I was not the host of that match.
Yeah, that one was rough. It took me a second to get settled in. I'm gonna reboot my coffee one more time and use the restroom. We have about 40-ish minutes left in the awesome, so give me a second. I'll be right back.
Hola.
Boop, boop, boo, doo, 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 doo. Yep.
Hola. Huh?
Hola. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
What?
Bye, Nikki. He's running back. I can see it on his heart rate monitor. You see it jump from like 94 up to like 120. He's running back.
Is he?
At least I hope that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's in the garage carving a statue.
I think he forgot he's streaming.
Oh. Wow. I'm sure you saw my heart rate. My heart rate spike while I was out. If you were paying attention.
Didn't notice.
Well,
Yes, we did.
the dog departed the yard.
Oh.
And so I had to chase him. Because Gibbs is a man dog, and once he learned about the outside, that's the end. So when he has a chance to get beyond the fence line to the outside, he just goes.
Yep, it's a game, isn't it?
Oh yeah. And he looks at you, and you're like, "Hey Gibbs, come here." And he looks at you like, "I know I'm supposed to come to you, but I'm outside of where the rules exist, and I know it." And you can see it going through his head. And he's like, "No, I think I'm going to go this way." This time I was smart. I had a brand new fresh tomato from the garden, a sweet one. And I said, "Hey, Gibbs," and I held it up above my head, and I said, "You want a treat?" And he looked up at that tomato and was like, "Yeah." And then he charged me all the way to the fence. And then came in, and as he came in the gate, I held the treat, and he took it, and held the tomato, and he took it and rolled on into the house like, "Okay, this is a good exchange. I'm happy about this."
Yep.
Nikki's already gone for the night? Fuck. Sorry, Nikki. I'm sad I missed you. Come hang out in the awesome on the Discord if you want tonight, Nikki. We'd be happy to have you.
I said bye for you.
Thank you, Jimmy. What are you doing tomorrow, Jimmy?
Friday?
Yeah, Friday.
Oh, if the wasps are dead, I'm gonna mow my grass. Otherwise, I'll be working most of the day.
Okay.
Thinking about what I'm gonna do all of next week when I don't have Spartan John to hang out with.
It's not gonna be all next week. It's just gonna be Thursday and Friday. But you know, that's like
Oh.
half of next week. You know,
That's true.
just trying to give you guys like a long, you know, well in advance. You just know, like, okay.
Yeah, and then the week after that, I'll be gone. Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah.
Friday.
Yeah. I'm excited for you. That Antiques Roadshow trip that you're taking, I'm really, really jealous of that.
Yeah, I mean, like, who knew? Urns. They're so expensive.
Roadshow. What you're gonna go have? Look,
he's,
get stuff.
he's not really going to the roadshow. It was
Going to a yarn convention.
a yarn.
We sit around and rub wool on each other until we pick a favorite. No, I'm going on a vacation with my wife for her birthday.
He's taking her out to the woods to say his final goodbyes. He's just gonna let her go in the woods and.
You laugh, but I've been to a yarn convention.
I know it was a thing.
Oh my
There
god!
was one in town last week. I went to it.
I thought for a second he was gonna say you laugh, but I've been to a ceremony where we've released a person in the woods, and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, Kevin, come on! Like I would have expected like that's where I thought it was going, and then it ended up with yarn. So thankfully we're okay.
Shovel party?
don't-
You never had a
we
shovel
don't-
party?
We don't talk about what happens at Boy Scout camp.
Is that
Not without a subpoena.
Is that the same thing that the same thing that happens at Christian and Catholic Bible camp?
No,
Hmm.
because they don't usually have an arsenal.
Oh, all right. Fair enough. It has been a quiet day today. We had like 10 or 12 people watching at the middle of the day. It's been mostly quiet today. Interesting. The reading days used to be.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
just to tell you, my brother one time at Boy Scout camp found a dead body.
Oh.
That's how interesting our Boy Scout camps can be.
Oh boy.
Our local Boy Scouts found a firearm in the river when they decided to take a trip and go magnet fishing.
That's cool.
Oh yeah.
It was all fun and games until, it was on the nightly news until one of them found a sawed-off double. Pulled it right out of the river. Didn't look like it'd been there long, and the cops were like, yeah, we're gonna need that.
Yeah, I've seen those YouTube videos of guys pulling out unexploded ordnance.
Yep.
Yeah. I misplaced the grenade while I was canoeing. Sorry, officer.
Wow. Misplaced the grenade while I was canoeing. Wow.
Fiesta.
I imagine somebody probably drops it off a bridge thinking it's gonna make a giant splash and not gonna hurt anybody, and then they drop it and it doesn't go off, and everybody's like, well, that was lame. 12 years later, some dude magnet fishing finds a shopping cart and a grenade.
Oh god.
I'm more concerned about how the shopping cart got in the river. I can understand the grenade.
Old school simplicity.
It's like
More kills, more better.
400 years later, you find a ghoul in a refrigerator. Feels bad, man.
There's two real and one bot.
The sand wolf killed me. The bot wolf killed me. I traded with him.
Center
Laser
dish.
beam.
I thought only a bot would be stupid enough to poke their head back out after I had already hosed the shit out of them, but guess I was wrong.
Prepare to drop.
Center
Weapon
dish.
drop.
2 of them.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
Ooh.
Classy, little Mombasa.
Prepare to drop.
Damn. I shouldn't have pushed that guy
Weapon
along.
drop.
No!
I'm with you, Jimmy.
I got another one.
Center.
And that's how Humas is done. Double kill. Triple kill.
Saved you, Jimmy.
Shields are down.
Well, I almost blasted Jimmy to the moon right there.
Yeah, don't throw me off the map, please.
Weapon drop. Killing
Bitch.
spree. Double kill.
Big tower, big tower.
I said what I said. I'd rather be famous instead. Shoot the devil. Damn, one on me. I killed one in the bottom.
Shields down.
One behind us, one behind us.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
Yeah.
Banshee platform.
Banshee plat, Roger. No eyes to Banshee plat yet. No eyes, no eyes. Got one here. One on me, Jimmy. One on me, right in front of you.
Weapon
Jimmy's
drop.
got two collapsing on him.
We've lost a teammate.
Oh, I hit them a little bit, but they killed me. Oh, never mind, I killed one. One small tower.
Wow, no way.
Drop.
You guys were shelling those two dudes at the small tower. I showed up behind them, sent 3 cinders into their direction. They fucking turned around and murked me.
Big tower.
Both towers.
Yeah, I thought somebody was in the tower with me, and then I turned around and you guys were all dead and respawned or elsewhere.
Prepare to drop.
I'm at small tower.
Weapon drop.
Damn it.
I'm pretty sure that dude just quiglied us.
No scope. No scope. Prepare to drop.
Damn it, I'm dead.
Weapon drop.
Tied right now, tied.
Two at shotgun.
Doing plate, pushing Banshee plat.
Prepare to drop.
Bullshit, how do you...
Boom, Legion.
Never mind. My therapist says I need to calm down. I'm being too loud.
Another one down. Bobby field.
Oh. Come and get me, you dumb fuckers. Come and get me.
Okay, so you get the beatdown with the skull, but I don't get the count for the beatdown because it was mid-weapon swap, and then you get to one-shot me. Yeah.
That happened to me earlier.
The fucking swaps are garbage. Wow, it teleported my dead body, but not before he got the kill.
I'm not gonna lie, that's a little funny, but it shouldn't happen that way.
Drop.
Yeah.
It is a little funny though, seriously. That's kind of hilarious. Team chip these guys. That's what they're doing right now. They're just team chipping us. There's still two over here. I got wall. They're backing it out now. They're backing out. One down. Wall out.
Nice shot.
Still one there. Still one.
Board getting skewered. Stay mobile.
Yeah, I killed your boyfriend, though.
Challengers snipe. Sweet Odin's beard. They
No eyes.
heavily.
I spawned big tower shotgun 1. Dish now 1.
Dish one, Roger.
Another one down. Prepare to drop.
Fucking. Oh! All pushing small tower. 3 pushing small tower now.
Dunes. 1 in the dunes.
Down 2.
Now 2 in
two
the
to
dish.
lose. 2 to lose. 2 to lose.
Small tower 2.
I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. 2 to lose. 2 to lose. 2 to lose.
Weapon drop.
1 to lose. 1 to lose. 1 to lose. 3 to win. 1 to
And
lose.
it was me.
It's alright, Jimmy. It happens.
Yeah.
You were the second best killer of us all, Jimmy, so don't worry about it. Not your fault.
I was
I'm not.
I was trash on that one.
Curse you, Kevin. Curse you. It's your fault. No, I'm just kidding.
I need to know.
I just really hate how fast those weapons swap out.
Yeah.
Escalation is better than I think hot swap, by far.
Yeah. I think escalation is better than hot swap for sure. I don't mind hot swap, but you know.
It's just it can change out right in mid groove.
Yeah. No, that's true. It totally can. We got 3 of us. Let's play one of these Falcon games to finish it out.
Winning.
Hmm?
The Mariners must have started by now.
They did. They started about 40 minutes ago. I'll check the score. It's nothing. Bottom of the second. So, not terrible. We're doing okay. Game's going okay. Hey Siri, is it supposed to rain more today? Says it's not supposed to rain anymore today. Okay.
Neutral flag. Blitz.
Hey Jimmy, aren't the turrets supposed to work on your base to fend off the other shit?
I don't know.
Don't know.
I would think so.
You're flying,
flying.
Jimmy? You sure you want to do that? All right.
Red carrier spotted.
Jimmy, you're not talking to us, and I can't see shit.
Sorry. I'm trying to. Here, I'm gonna land. You fucking fly.
Thanks, buddy. All right, Kevin, where are you at?
I jumped out. Sorry.
Get in, Kevin. Get in. Kevin, I'm
shelling the flag.
gonna drop you off, Kevin. Get the flag, Kevin. Come on, Kevin. There you go, Kevin. Get him, Jimmy, get him.
Kevin's hijacking their shit.
Oh, fuck, get out, Jimmy, get out.
I got out. I'm on the flag.
It's good. I'm gonna see if I can get us
Need a
something.
bird.
Working on it.
They got me, but I threw the flag off, so I delayed the game. Played it. That's not our Falcon.
No, it's not.
I'm bringing you down, Kevin.
Oh, I died.
Flag reset.
Go. I'm in.
Flag, Jimmy, flag, flag, flag.
I'm out. They tried to blow me up.
Yeah, they did.
I got back smacked. I died.
Ooh. Alright, I'm back, I'm back, I'm back.
Is there not a way to power these turrets?
Flag, Jimmy, flag.
I'm out.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
I'm in.
There's a guy on board, a guy on board, guy on board. Get him, Kevin, give him. Get him, get him, get him.
I'm at the flag point. Come get me.
There's a guy on board, guy on board, guy on board. Get in, get in, get in, get in.
I'm in. There's a guy on our base. Our turrets aren't killing him. There we go. Now it is.
Motherfucker. He threw me out of our shit and I died.
I died too trying to chase after him.
It's alright, it's alright. I got another one.
I'm in.
Get him, Kevin, get him, get him, get him. You know, if you press Y, Kevin, it'll, yeah, that one. Get in, Jimmy, get it.
That's what I've been using.
I got beat down on the side of the hill. Not sure how that happened. I think he grappled me instead of the hill.
Flag dropped. Flag reset.
Jimmy.
I'm in.
Get him, Kevin.
Okay, I jumped out to grab the flag and got splattered.
We're going down, Kevin. Jimmy. Jimmy. Never mind. I'm down.
Yep.
I'm on my way.
Man. Oh shit, I thought we were going to the flag cap, so I jumped out prematurely because of the animation and just yeeted myself right out of the
there was
plane.
no guy there yet. I'm coming to get you.
You're fine. He's jumping anyway. I'm in.
Be ready, Jimmy. Be ready. I'm down below you, Jimmy. I'm down below you. Come on, Jimmy.
don't
Right
see
behind you.
you.
Right behind you. Right behind you.
I'm in. Back in. I'm out of grapples.
Out of graps, Roger.
Nick. Oh,
Get him, Jimmy. He's behind you. He's behind you, Jimmy.
Wrong base, dumb shit.
It's okay. It don't matter. It's not his base either.
No, that was our base. He was jumping into the wrong base. Why is the turret not stopping that guy from stealing our fucking Falcon? I can't switch to the pilot seat.
I got it.
from
I
here?
got it. Come on, Kevin. Jimmy, go.
Okay. I was grappled on, he was flying, and then suddenly my grapple just stopped.
come get me!
I'm coming. Get, grapple, Kevin, grapple.
No, I fell out.
I grappled somebody else's Falcon, flew it off the map with him.
I'm not in control of that bird no more. He threw me out. But I do have... Can't get in that, man.
No, John!
I had, they were close enough to our base that I thought I could make it. It's alright, I got it, I'm here. Get him, Kevin, get him. Damn. Well,
Damn, we were close.
we got close. We did get close. That was pretty cool. It, you know, I'm gonna give a little tiny debrief on it for the last few minutes while we sit here. I'm gonna say that I like the way that it flies. What I don't like is that as the pilot, you can't free look around while you're flying it. So it's like where you look is where the nose turns, and then you can strafe left or right. So it's almost like a drone in that manner. And it has a horn, which is cool because, as our Forge friend Oakham said, you can assign that now in Forge. You can assign a projectile to that in lieu because it has a horn. It has a function in the game, which is really cool. They found that out in the code, so that's awesome. But you know, as far as the functionality, there's no nose turret for the pilot. The pilot has no free look. That kind of sucks. Makes communication more important. The fact that there's a explosive or EMP turret on one side and then just a chain gun turret on the other side. I wish they would give you a second option for the chain gun side, something that's a little more potent. Yeah. Other than that, I think it's pretty cool. It's a lot of fun to fly. It gets pretty intense. Yeah. You guys got anything?
Just more needs more be on more maps that we can use it on.
Yeah, that's true. More maps.
I wish when it gets shocked, because there were a lot of times when it was flying and I would hit it with the EMP from the green gun, and they'd still make it to their base. They could still gain altitude and make it back to their base.
Okay.
Which kind of makes the EMP, at least in that game, what I felt like it was the EMP delay on control could be sped up, but that's my only feedback.
Gotcha.
Maybe it's just the floatiness of the aircraft. If they were already gaining altitude, it just kind of keeps going that way. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Huh. Well, anyway. That's it for today, guys. I really appreciate you spending the time with us and being awesome. I plan on being here tomorrow. Look for an announcement. I may not be. Plan on being here. So come and find me. If I'm not streaming tomorrow, promise you that I'll be in the Discord for the day. I just want to get some of that fence stretched if I can, at least half of it. That would make our life infinitely easier going into the weekend. But beyond that, my plan is to be here with you guys playing Halo tomorrow and having a great community event type day. We'll bullshit and hang out, and maybe we'll paint or forge, or maybe we'll play some Fortnite tomorrow to get ahead of the Fortnite Friday mess. Maybe we'll work some of that in slowly. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Hopefully we'll get a chance to hang out with all of you. Thanks for being part of the awesome today. 1,712 followers. We're almost to 170 subs on YouTube. So like, share, subscribe, tell your friends. We're still looking for all those soap opera moms. You don't need to watch the soap operas. You could come and hang out with us instead. iFame, Halo, bring back a lot of playlists. There are a bunch of playlists, iFame, for sure. Come and check it out. There's a bunch. Lots and lots of playlists coming back always, and they did just update the game a ton, so not upset with it. Halo is in a really good place, I feel like, now. It's just sad that it's in a great place at the end. What did you place in your ranked this season? I have not done my ranked yet this season, but when I do finish it up, I will let you know. Maybe we'll do that on the awesome as well. Usually we do. Maybe we'll work that in tomorrow, or maybe we'll work that in the beginning of next week. Anyway, guys, thanks again for spending the time with us today. I'm going to let you go spend the rest of your days being awesome. Come and find me tomorrow at 10 Pacific, either in the Discord or on the stream. Hopefully I'll be here playing games with you for a few hours. Look for an announcement. That's it. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. And come and find us in the Spartan space, which is this Discord right here, where it's always awesome because of you. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day. Jimmy, it's your turn, buddy.
Keep an eye on your tactical crack.
Nice. Stay awesome, friends.